Well, gaming news today is all about Bungie as new information has come out from some town halls at Sony about their view of Marathon, and this is literally happening at basically the exact same time as Edge of Fate and Reveal that did not go over that well with the Destiny community. So there is a lot to talk about, and just a little bit of housekeeping. We were going to try something new for a little while. We realized we were in member streams way longer than public streams, and we've done that before. We get a little off kilter, had to recalibrate. We're going to try to start the actual talk show at 9 a.m. Eastern every day instead of morning coffee, so you're not getting less content, and it also will help the show flow better. We're not going to have that break in the show. We'll just be able to keep talking and vibing. People were really enjoying sort of the feel of morning coffee. It was more laid back. We're also going to be potentially including more reaction style content in to the content. There are some videos I even watched today about Bungie that we may end up checking out. So just some headings for today's discussion. The state of Destiny is a huge talking point. You know, the Edge of Fate pre-orders are significantly lower than the final shape. The overall vibe from the community seems to be very negative. It is essentially quality of life updates that are coming, and many are basically saying that this is not what the game needs right now, and others are arguing that that's what it needs right now, that they sort of need to reset and sort of lay bare everything in order for them to sort of build on top of it. So State of Destiny isn't in the greatest spot. Many are sort of seeing this as like the last chance for Bungie and Destiny, and tied up in that is Marathon. If you haven't seen my latest video, it's like a 4 to 5 minute video. It's very quick, but essentially I argue in that video that it sounds like PlayStation has lost faith in Marathon. You know, they're talking about the game in a way that I'm sort of seeing through the veil. They're saying things that I don't necessarily think bode confidence. Things like, well, we're going to push forward because it's a technically sound game, the shooting is good, but it lacks the fundamentals of a fun game. And I would say that's a pretty big problem. I would say that is something that can't be solved easily. And I even argue in the video that you're probably going to see this thing come out either in a completely different state, or you're not going to see it come out at all. So make sure and check out that video. It's on the channel right now. If you watched it, hit like and left a comment. Thank you so much for doing that. We threw that out there during like my non-peak hours, so you're probably like, what is this? We've been trying to do that more and more. And a part of this discussion is also new information sort of cropping up, that it seems that Bungie is undergoing a PlayStation takeover. They're showing up on different listings on the website as a PlayStation studio. There's even I'm hearing some whispers, okay, that there's internal data that does seem to indicate a takeover is starting. There are things seemingly shifting around that probably wouldn't be shifting around unless PlayStation was kicking the door in. So we could be looking at a variety of things here, sort of a continual, downward spiral for Destiny, which begs a lot of questions. What does the studio do with that? They are extremely financially dependent upon Destiny, and layoffs could come from this. The PlayStation takeover could save them, though. Maybe that's where the funding could come from and help operational costs sort of shoulder the loss of income and the loss of revenue they're experiencing with Destiny. And then the big questions surrounding Marathon just sort of continue. So there's a lot to talk about. I may even check out a video with you later. There's a handful of videos out there right now about sort of the downfall of Bungie and the downfall of Destiny, which is obviously interesting to watch from a distance. There's elements of this that obviously are vindicating for me, as I've said that the company was mismanaged for a very long time, and that it was a toxic company, and that there were bad people at the company, and we probably only sort of begun to see behind the veil at the studio. So shorter show open, different start for the day. So thank you guys so much for being here. Make sure you go through the ritual on YouTube of hitting the like button. Over on Purple, we have secured the name Reforge Gaming. So update your bookmarks. If you bookmark, the Purple channel, Reforge Gaming no longer has that TV at the end of it. So thank you to the support staff, Dan Clancy, and the I think it was the partner team, and Dan Clancy told me, hey, reach out to them. see if they can get it for you. And they got it for me. So thank you so much. That's so great. We're basically Reforged Gaming everywhere. That's excellent. And I've got some people to thank. Now, you guys have got a long way to go, but you're starting out strong. Jerry A. comes in with the 5-bomb to start the day and puts us exactly 10 members away from the next milestone. Thank you, Jerry, for doing that. A member light renewal from Henry. He says, shout out to Jerry. That's 12 months. People keeping you in the member pool with those member gifts. And then 28 goes to Grady. And Grady says, thank you, Jerry A. And that is why we don't count those member light renewals, because member light renewals are almost always a gifted member. And if you cannot afford a membership, we are pleased for you to get those memberships from us. And whoever hits it gets it. Whoever makes us hit 325, I will gift your platform 5 members. And we are going to do a stream tonight if we hit that goal. We're going to do a double header if you guys get the big goal. And listen, I wrote a new song, and I let the community leaders in Discord hear it. And Barrier says it's his new favorite. I let him hear a sample. So it would be amazing if we could hit all the things and all the goals and all the stretches and have a great celebration tonight and tomorrow. So let's see if we can do that. And maybe we will with these renewals coming in. Elevated Vibrations with 39 months and a member plus. Thank you so much. And Sneaky Wolf with 25 months and a member plus says beach in 10 days. Enjoy it. Travis says, I will never understand what people see in Kojima. He's convoluted just to be convoluted. Completely disagree with you. Death Stranding 2 is just a joy. I'm enjoying it so much. That takes us to 317. And a 10-bomb comes in from Chris. There it is. We're off to a strong start. We will be able to hit this goal. We will be able to hit maybe even the stretch goals if we pull this off. So that's going to be 17 on the day already for Team Red, Team Purple. You're going to have to help. We got some heavy lifting if we're going to have the doubleheader celebration. Each platform is going to have to bring the heat. We need 1,000 members for the doubleheader. If you guys want to see Madam playing Death Stranding on Saturday night, you are going to need to bring the heat. No morning coffee. We're trying something different. We are trying something different. You're still getting the same amount of content because I went live at 9, but instead of going live in morning coffee, we went live with the show. We realized we were going and doing content with members that was like 3 to 4 hours, and we were only live in the public for like 2 to 3. We've really shaved down how much we're live in the public, and we feel like we need to change that. That's probably contributing to some of our issues of meeting new people and getting new subs. We're just not live enough in the public. So you're not getting less content, and Green Room is still at the end of the day for more Member Plus and VIP. Still going to do the streams with Hilly and still going to do Friday nights. And Elohim with a month says Bungie needs to be put fundamentally changed from the top down. And then Rinsler says good morning, y'all. Thank you so much, Rinsler, for renewing your membership. I greatly appreciate it. And guys, make sure you're hitting that like button over there on YouTube. Let's have a really strong start. Let's have a super strong start and kick things off with a good like count. If we get to 100 likes, it really helps out the video. And I'm just going to pay up any time I owe today. So there is the 5 that I owe YouTube. And a single comes in from Lepkowski, and Kevin with 26 months says, that's a mighty fine t-shirt. Thank you. It's a great reminder of other ways you guys can support. We are at 329. We're one away from that 20 bomb tempter. But yeah, this is a great reminder that there are a variety of ways to support the channel. We do have Reforged Roast. This isn't morning coffee. No, I started at the same time, though, so you are not getting less content. We're just restructuring how it shows up each day. We think starting at 9 every day in the public is better instead, because morning coffee, we were also taking that weird break in between, and it was really hurting momentum. So, yeah, blip. Everyone's saying blip. Yep, we had a blip on YouTube. I don't know why they do that. We switched ingest servers. Sell the shirts, but the YouTube address should be on it. I don't like doing that. Yeah, we did not have a blip on Purple. Hilly says to tell Zubair that they didn't have a blip. So, yeah, we just changed ingest servers. One of the best ways to help us when that happens, guys, because it causes the viewership to go all over the place. Smash the heck out of the like button, and then, renew your members, check your member, milestones, do all that to help us to get to 100 likes. Thankfully it only happened in like the first 10 minutes, so that's not too bad. It's mostly the most loyal viewers are here right now, so they won't leave. Later in the stream is when it's the absolute worst, because newer people will be like, well, his stream just crashed, and they'll just leave. We need a purple better emote, says Hilly. Yeah. So you're stopping the break from green room to mainstream? You mean morning coffee to mainstream? Yes, we're not going to be doing that anymore. I'm just going to go live with the public stream, and we're just going to hang out. And hopefully I can make it all the way to the green room. I took my break before going live with you guys. So the hope would be that we're able to just press on and have a great show. And again, with the topic of Bungie, there's a lot of videos out there about sort of the downfall of Bungie and how much has changed. I may react to one of them today. We're thinking that that's a really good opportunity to not just create new content and more content, but to give you guys my perspective on big topics that are happening. Reaction content's obviously very popular for a reason. We want to do it in a sensible way. I don't like taking from others, so a lot of the times we're only going to react to something if the video is at the minimum 2 days old, 2 to 3 days old. I don't like reacting to something as soon as it hits, unless I'm only going to watch like a snippet and then be like, if you guys want to watch the full video, go watch the full video. Kino Man Sky with 3 months says PSN require review bomb cape is now in your Super Destroyer Super Private Lono FYI. Oh, they gave out the capes in Helldivers. Nice. Mark Anthony hits 25 months, and there it is. There is the Tempter. We are at 330 right now. Now, hang on. We were at 17 up here, 18, 19, and that takes us to 20. So in the member battle, it is now 20-0. Purple over here bragging about being better. Here's your chance to tie it. A 20 bomb would get us to 350, and then that's the next milestone. Every 25, I get 5. So you guys can keep that happening every 25. Bungie wants piece of that Fortnite lightsabers incoming with Darth Vader. Well, and a lot of people see the Destiny Star Wars thing as sort of the end. Like, you're basically admitting that it's over. You're like, well, now we're just going to do these like last minute massive commercialized cash grabs that, in my opinion, and I've said this for a while, when they put like the Witcher stuff in a 10 bomb comes in from Broken Earth over here on YouTube. That puts us a 10 away. We'll see if anybody's going to tag team it up with him, or if Purple decides to sneak in and steal it with their own 10 bomb. We will see. That's quite the tee up. Thank you, Broken Earth. The skin, what do I want to call this? The Fortnite-ification of video games, which is kind of what you're touching on, Only Fools and Horses. You're kind of touching on this. And there it is! A 10 bomb comes in from Alex over here on Purple, and we have ourselves a fight, and that is an official stolen milestone. It is now 30-10. Alex is going to need some help over here on Purple to go toe-to-toe. And Cardoc Ren's going to push us one past. Thank you so much, Cardoc Ren, for 47 months over here on Purple. And I got to read what Gangs is saying. Gangs has got a pretty big message for me over here. You guys can cash in your viewer points to highlight your message. You can also use it to force song samples. Not to bring the topic from yesterday's green room, between work and putting a pool in at the home, I've had to play catch-up all week on shows all week, but I wanted to ask, is there any value for moving live shows full-time to Purple only once you can do sub-only streams, and we do uploads on YouTube and split everybody? No, the problem with that, Gangs, is there are so many people that just prefer watching on YouTube. Most of my support is on YouTube. 90% of my monthly revenue is from YouTube and members and the member drives that we do. So that's why I've always said the single most important thing you can do to support this channel monetarily is to pick up your own membership. Whether you do that on Purple or YouTube, that is vital. It is absolutely vital. We have so many people that just stay in that gifted bucket, and that is not great. That is just not a great place to be. We need people to start to convert. I do my best to put that charge out there. I feel like we give a ton of content for paying members. The response is been a shrug shoulder, so we're just continuing to not really know what that means long term with the culture on YouTube, other than just to continue to try to let folks know. The YouTube culture is just very much, they just don't care about that. They're like, that's fine, I'll go watch something else, like if you do extra content that's behind. So we're just going to continue to think through like what that means and how we could maybe, give more value, because I definitely want people to feel like they're getting their money's worth if they decide to upgrade. There's no guarantee that everyone would move over even double dip. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. So, but I mean, I'm curious what you guys think about the Destiny Edge of Fate reveal, because, what's good, Derek? Happy Friday. I'm seeing very mixed response. I watched Astrocross's video on it, and it's a lot of quality of life. It's a lot of quality of life, and a lot of people are sort of feeling like this is not the way. Now, from a distance, I am not in that game anymore, but from a distance, I feel like that's gonna be required if they're gonna give that engine pull one last yank to get the engine going again. You're gonna have to do some kind of a quality of life, quote unquote, reset, if that makes sense. Nerd Force with 2 months of members, thank you. Count this for YouTube. This is just for double dipping. Well, thank you, Anubis. I'm not counting it for YouTube. It counts in the battle towards purple, so that takes us to 13 for Team Purple, and in the total member count, it gets us to 53. And Hasim says 3 months, do it, man, and that gets us to 354. Thank you. And there's a hype train starting over here, so thank you guys so much. I tell you what, I can help you guys out. I can run a discount on subs. I'm allowed to do that. A discount promotion. I've used none of those. So let's see. Let's run it. Let's see. We can run it for 3 hours. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. So I'm going to start the discount. Yes, start my promo. There you go. So Purple, I'm trying to help you out. There's a hype train going, and I just did a 35% discount on gifts and on subs. So let's see if you guys can't fight back and help us hit the big goal this week. I can't do that for YouTube. I can do the discount thing over here on Purple, but YouTube, you have a pretty big advantage. Only this far. Thank you so much for 2 months of members. Says, good morning, sir. I try to support, always appreciate, received a lot of gifts over the years from this great community. Why, I thank you so much for that. And Cardoc Ren's going to take advantage of the sale. And as we hit 15, and Twilight's going to take advantage of the sale. Holy mackerel. So we've got, oh my gosh, I can't even see what's happening. You guys broke the chat. I don't even know what people are doing. So Cardoc did 10. Oh my gosh. Cardoc did a 10. And then Alex did I'm still scrolling. Alex did a 25. And that takes us to 49. You're going to have to answer back, Team YouTube. And then Twilight threw in a 5 bomb and got us to 54. Thank you so much. And then Wired Rope does a 5 and gets us to 59. And just like that, I think I got all of them. You guys absolutely took over my channel. We got a 10, a 25, and a 5, and a 5. Yeah, I got all 4 of them. And then Duke's going to hit a 28 month and round us out nicely to 60. Okay, so we were at 54 when this all started, and you guys did 35, 45, 50. Okay, so this is now the total for the week is 404. You guys did it. You guys got us on the final runway here. Purple's going crazy. It's been Purple. YouTube's not big on using the actual name, we have learned. So we're trying to avoid that. We do, we stream in both places, but we don't want that to be like a detriment. And a 10 bomb comes in from Detonator. Oh man, YouTube, you guys are getting left in the dust right now. 414 on the total. It is 70 to 30 today. You guys are absolutely crushing it over here on Purple. I did a little discount, and we are at a hype train level 10. What's the record? And Rygen's going to drop one as well, and that gets us to 419 on the week. Guys, at this point, you guys might actually be able to unlock the doubleheader. If we get to 1,000 members on the week, okay, we're not just going to stream tonight. We will also stream tomorrow night. You'll get a doubleheader. Madam will play Death Stranding. Is YouTube even live? YouTube's just watching. They're just watching you guys completely take over. And a 10 bomb comes in from Alex to keep the hype train rolling over. Holy mackerel. 439. And then that takes us to 85. Man, YouTube, you are absolutely getting dusted. Hilly says YouTube is cooked. Look at Purple go. Purple is absolutely owning it today. We will see when the answer back comes from YouTube. You guys are a level 11 over here on the hype train. What's the record over here? Let's see. The record is a level 13, 19%. So see if you guys can get the train to level 14. We were at a 97% on a level 13. Holy cow, we almost got to 14. That's insane. Sometimes YouTube needs a day off, says WGC. We're just watching Purple enjoy their discount, says Kevin. Good for Purple. Yeah. They're taking it. A 50 bomb comes in from Wilbur. And he says, no way is YouTube going to take this lying down. And it's now 80 to 85, just like that. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see that competitive spirit. Well, you guys have basically all but secured tonight. I thought you guys were going to give me the night off. I really, really hope we hit some stretch goals. I want to play this new song for you guys so freaking bad. Wilbur out here, that's what I'm saying. Wilbur out of nowhere. Hilly says, YouTube's in a full panic. Let me reset, excuse me, let me reset the alerts here. There we go. I'm gonna reset the Twitch alerts because it just is not gonna stop. It does a single one for every gift, which is a bit much. And Alex is gonna come in with another 10 bomb and says, "You're not catching us up." I love it. And then Alex is gonna perfectly round us out. I see what he did here. He got us to 499, and then he does a single, and he gets us to 500. And a 5 bomb comes in from Cardoc Ren, and then 4 months from Mitt Q. So that's gonna be another. What was that? So that was 96. With the single, but then that's going to be a 101 and then a 102. There it is. It's now 102 to 80. Whew, there it is. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Dragon Warrior, for a month over here on YouTube. How long do you think the PS5 will last? I've heard 10 years and 15. Also, will you be doing a reaction to Bit Summer? I'm not sure. What is Bit Summer? Also, you guys got another blip? You guys got another blip. We just switched ingest servers again. I don't know what YouTube's problem is today. Goodness gracious, are they making it hard to stream on YouTube? YouTube has got to figure it out. It is not on my end. My bit rate is 100% fine. My computer is 100% fine. And Purple is a testament to this. Purple is having no problems. Legend status, thank you so much for renewing your VIP. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I have no control over that, by the way, guys, when that happens. I have no control over YouTube switching an ingest server. I don't know why they're doing that. It's possible that it's because I went live at a different time and because we have good viewership, maybe they're switching us to a better ingest server. I feel like that used to happen if you go live at certain times. So, I don't know. I don't know. They're getting blips because they can't keep up. Well, just you wait. Just you wait. Some of the big boys will come in here. I mean, Wilbur already showed himself to be one of the big boys. And then big boys are going to come in here, and they're not going to like seeing that 102 to 81. Oh, hang on. Let me update the member count to show. The next stretch goal is 600. Okay, so we get to 600. I'll play... I will play one of the new songs for you guys tonight. So for every 100, we'll do a new song, and then we get to that 1,000, we'll do a double header. So you guys have 3 minutes left over here on Purple to roll the train over. The current record is a level 13, and you guys are right there at level 12. Oh, and I owe you guys. I don't even know what I owe at this point. 102. I owe a 20. I guess I'll just do here because I get the discount as well. So let me gift 20. Let me help out here. The big boys are sleeping in. Let's hear something now. This is Pac-Man on a bike. Oh my gosh, he just cashed in his freaking points. Oh golly. Let's see. He just cashed in 20,000 points. He wants to hear a sample of music. The talk show has been completely taken over by generosity now. We are in an absolute free fall here. And then more members are coming in. Rygen's going to keep the train alive. He drops 15 members on the channel. 117 is the total, and then this becomes what in the world? It's too early in the morning for that. It's 5:22. We are 5:22. We are 3 away. We're 3 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much, Rygen. Here, I'll let you guys just hear the beginning of a new song here. It's got some piano in it.
Don't look in the mirror for too long. You look to see clearer for the wrongs. Don't stare at the mirror for too long. You'll see the man clearer for the wrongs, and you'll see that black hole in your eyes is where he presides. In your eyes, the one who makes your choices, the one who screams the voices.
All right, there you go. That's it. That's it. I wanted you guys to hear that piano part especially. The transition's pretty good. So there you go. That's one of the new songs. That's one of the new songs. I'm telling you, I'm getting better at it, Chad. I'm getting better at it. I got some more members coming in. Vithar with a 5-bomb on purple, and Vix Vapor with a 5-bomb on purple, taking us to 532. If you guys want to hear the full song, you got to get those stretch goals. And holy cow, do we have a battle. It's 127 to 81. We got some gifteds coming in here from Kicking It with Timmy B, though. He's going to throw in. He was trying to secure that one, 534, and then a VIP renewal, 535. Thank you so much. And then Superfly is going to make it 540. We are exactly 10 away. We are exactly 10 away, and it is now 32 to 83. 132 to 83. Holy cow. Yeah, the piano came out so good. That's some fire from the Faceless Forge. Yeah, if you guys are paying attention on Twitter, you may have solved that puzzle. Those are the lyrics. I mean, there's one. And right now, we are on the cusp of hitting a new record on Purple. We are almost able to beat the new record. The current record. We're at level 13. So I am sorry about the blips over here on the red platform on YouTube. I am so sorry. Guys, smash the like button and keep gifting. We'll see if we can't turn this around, and we will see if we can't sort of like override what in the world's going on. Hang on. Let's do this. There we go. Purple better. Purple better. Oh, no. Gang says play another song. And Wired Rope's going to drop a 5-bomb. He's like, boys, we cannot not get the new record. You guys are so close to the new record. And Wired Rope's going to get us to 545 is 137. We have another request for another song. I'm actually going to I want you guys to hear the chorus on this one because I think this one's pretty cool, but I've got to cue it up. So that means I've got to go quiet for just a second. Let's see here. Okay. Hang on. Okay, and I got another one coming in from Alex. He's got a 10-bomb that's going to take us to 555. We are exactly a 20-bomb away. We are a 20-bomb away. And that means I now owe you guys even more. I've got to help out. And Cat comes in with a big one. Cat secures the new record with a 10-bomb. And that takes us to 157. Unbelievable. We are now at 565. We're 10 away from the next milestone. And I got a song for you guys that was requested by Ganks. And this one's called Remove the Veil.
But before you go, remove the veil. Show your face, before that veil becomes your face.
All right, that's all. That's all you get. That's all you get. I'm gonna be a little bit more of a tease with that one. I'm gonna be a little bit more of a tease with that one because the freaking chorus kicks. Okay, we got another renewal coming in from Benjani. Benjani's going to take us to 566. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And that means that Cat secured it. Alex helped as well. Oh, man, we are now at 177 to 83. 177, 83. For real, I would buy that record. Reminds me of We Came as Romans. A lot of people hear different things when they hear it. You've seen the Steam chart for Destiny 2 numbers keep falling. That's not surprising. How are these made? I write the lyrics, and then I use Suno to make the music. So I've gotten very, very good at structuring the lyrics and the rhyming patterns to, like, get what I want. Yeah, it sounds like Christian rock. It reminds me a little bit of some of the bands I listened to when I was a kid. It really, really does. So, payment has been refunded. Thanks. Suno, not Sano. Suno. Pac-Man on a bike just cashed in 20,000 more points, and he wants to hear a sample. All right. Hang on. We're gonna keep with the theme here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? Here we go. Here's another one. This one's called Breathe Again.
I just want to breathe again. Just free, mess free. I just want to be free again. So free, breathing the of the king.
All right, that's it. That's all you get. We got another request for a sample, though, from Kat. We got another request from Kat. You guys are cashing in your points. You're gifting. You're going crazy. YouTube, are you going to answer back? It's 177 to 83. Wham, take my money, says Freebird TV with 35 months and Scotty B with 38 months and a Member Plus and a VIP 35 months from Babylon Bike. Thank you so much. And that takes us to 569 on the total. And that takes us here to 86. YouTube blipped out of existence. Yeah, we're not blipping anymore, are we? I don't think we are. No, it looks like we've stabilized. We have lost so many viewers to those blips, though. YouTube, you got to get your frickin' act together. I'll just move the show to purple until you figure it out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, YouTube. I don't mean it. You know I love you, but you guys got to figure this out. Okay, new record for the hype train over here on purple is at 14. You guys could get it to 15. You got a minute or so, 2 minutes or so. Yeah, they're cashing in their purple points to make me play samples, and now Cat wants one. Wait. Yeah, Pac-Man on a bike made me play one, and Cat wants one. Oh, for frick's sake. Let's see. What do we have? How does darkness open? Yeah, we'll just play the opening to darkness. We'll just do that. Here's another sample for you.
Darkness has a way of sneaking into your skin. It's a growing sense that you're more than skin. Sadness has a way of looming on the horizon. It's a growing sense there's land past the horizon, and the river to the surface is here, and the river to the surface is near. You can
All right, that's it. That's all you get. You just got to tempt you a little bit. Just a little sample. It's a sample. Hype Train finished on purple. I don't know why, because Cha-Cha Riot tried to secure us a little bit of a stay of execution, but it ended anyway. I thought we had more time than that. I don't get why it does that. It made it seem like we had like 2 minutes up at the top. I guess we didn't. And then a VIP from TRM15. Public stream already. What is going on? We made a little bit of a change, and the 575 milestone has been secured by Team YouTube. Somebody's asking, what's Team Purple? That's the Twitch platform. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the exact same time. And so it's a friendly competition. YouTube, you guys have got to give me the likes. We tried something a little bit different today. Instead of doing the morning coffee and then the live show, we just went live at 9 o'clock with the live show. We're trying something a little bit new to see if that doesn't help a little bit with the momentum that we were losing. Morning coffee was very broken up, so that's called a snippet. That's a snippet, yeah. Purple can use their viewership points to make me play sound samples, and yeah. We are not at all talking about the topic. I'm so sorry if you're listening to the audio version of this later or you're watching this episode later. This just sometimes happens. Everybody holds, and then Friday everybody goes crazy. There is still, almost 3 entire hours of the discount on members gifted over here on Purple. I'm going to go ahead and just give you guys another. I don't even know what I owe at this point. I think I owe 10. I'm going to do another 10 over there, and then I owe YouTube 5 as well. Is YouTube still a thing? YouTube's crushing it. What do you mean? YouTube's doing a great job. They're just biding their time. They're biding their time. So they'll get there. They'll get there. You just have to trust. All right? They'll get there. Okay. I'm all paid up. What I owe to each platform is all paid up. Okay. And currently, just subbed and found you again after you were rage. What's good, low-key? Good that you found me over here on YouTube. Reforge Gaming everywhere. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube under Reforge Gaming. First album listen party was last week. Yes, that is. We'll get back on topic. I canceled my pre-order for the next expansion, says Ganks. I don't care. There's no draw there. I'm not coming back to grind another Sunset era for no reason. I like the changes, but it's too late. So where do you guys stand? The topic today is, this is kind of like, it feels like it's like Bungie's last chance. They've got, this edge of fate that's not getting the greatest reception from the community. The pre-orders are down. Marathon, I got a video on the channel right now. Marathon does not seem to have a whole lot of faith from Bungie. And again, I think they're trying to spin it. I think like Herman Holst was trying to spin it to the shareholders. And I think they're continuing to try to spin it. They're basically explaining, there was a town hall and they were taking questions about essentially, why are we going forward with Marathon, right? Like what's the deal here? And the argument was the game is technically sound, the shooting mechanics are good. And I'm like, okay, that's not a compelling reason. And they also admitted in this town hall that the fundamentals of a fun game are not there. And I'm like, now, wait a minute. If you don't have the fundamentals of a fun game, the shooting being good that's not enough. It almost sounds like you guys are going to basically start over. I cashed in another one after Cat. I'll wait. Oh, did you really, Pac-Man? Oh, hang on. Yeah, can you wait? Let's let the conversation go for a little teeny bit. And then I'll let you guys... Maybe I'll let you hear a sample of Desert, which is the one that I really want to play for you guys tonight. That's the one that I let the community reps hear in the Discord. So hold me to it, Pac-Man. I'll play it a little later. As somebody who uninstalled Destiny 2 after 3 or 4 hours of playing it, to shock of everyone, I won't be buying the expansion. Well, that's incredible. That's incredible that you put that much time into it. Herman seems to have a lot of excuses or reasons. Yeah, I mean, I think some of that's Herman Holst saving face. I think he's the one that greenlit and was one of the ones that was really behind Concord, and that was a disaster. And so I feel like now he's attempting to put lipstick on a pig, in my honest opinion. I instead of just saying... Okay, so this was another thing talked about at the town hall. Okay, that they know that live service is going to be fraught with risk and fraught with failure. Like, they know this. This is not something that is lost on them. They anticipated this. So I don't think internally they were like, oh my gosh, we're having some hard time with live service, because they're also looking at the revenue generation of MLB The Show and Gran Turismo and Helldivers 2. There's massive revenue potential for Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls. So they're certainly not in alarmist state like they anticipated this happening. But what I think they're doing that I don't think is helpful is they're attempting to act like, well, Marathon's totally fine, or Marathon's worth continuing with. I don't agree with that. I just don't. I don't agree with that. I think their own dialogue about Marathon internally really, really betrays a lack of confidence. You're not talking about the game having this winning formula. You're not talking about this game having this hook. You're saying, well, the shooting feels good, so we're going to press on. And it's like, if you and mentals of a fun game aren't there for Marathon, that's a pretty damning thing to say about a video game. That is a pretty damning thing to say. It happened again. I don't understand. I don't know what to do, y'all. I truly don't know what to do. I can't change. All right, let me try something. Let me see if I can go in here and switch to the backup ingest servers. Let me see if I have the ability to do that. Output settings. Backup YouTube ingest server. Save. Okay. All right, you guys. Okay, and we're back. Okay. I switched us to the backup YouTube ingest server. Is what I did. We'll see if that doesn't help. That's the third time they've had to switch ingest servers, so I'm just going to manually switch us to the backup ingest servers. If the primary ingest servers are having trouble, maybe this will fix the problem. I am so sorry. I literally have no control over it. If you're able to see me right now on YouTube, I need your help because we're absolutely killing any momentum or viewership that we get. YouTube will punish us for that because all it knows, it seems like people are leaving. So do me a favor. Smash the ever-loving heck out of the like button and maybe start a gifted train. We need it. Like, Twitch went crazy and secured tonight, and you guys could try to start catching up. You're about 100 members behind, so now's the time. Single gifted, 5 gifteds, renewals, anything you can do right now. The like button especially. Hit the like button. Chat. Just say something in chat. Be like, hello, Destiny 2, Bungie, Edge of Fate, Marathon game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anything will help right now. We're going to have to throw this stream on our back. We started at a different time, and the ingest servers are very unhappy. There we go. Jack Garland's going to get the 5, and that gets us exactly 20 away from the first stretch goal. I will let you guys hear my new and most favorite song. I honestly think it might be the best song yet. I know I say that every week, but I mean it. This one's even better than Gloves Off, and I played Gloves Off for you guys last week. Broken Earth says, the bigger problem is they've taken Destiny in a direction that isn't sustainable. They want to rely on gouging the player base and forcing people to play ad nauseum to extract maximum cash from people. And on top of that, the story has been up and down for literally years. They go on long stretches where they shove the story into the background in the service of cash extraction. I've had enough. I'm not pre-ordering Edge of Fate, and without massive sweeping changes, I will not be back. Yeah, I mean, the feedback that I was seeing about this. Oh, let me add 5 to the member battle. Sorry. Okay, so that's going to be 92 to 182. There you go. Jack Garland helping to close the gap there. Edge of Fate will be something. I wonder if it's going to be good. How many of you are opting to jump back in? How many of you are opting to jump back in with Edge of Fate, or are you skipping it entirely? Like, where's everybody landing right now with Destiny? We need 14 more likes on YouTube, y'all. Help us get that 200 milestone. We need it desperately. We have gotten disconnected 3 times today. The ingest servers are just absolutely unhappy about something, so I manually have switched to their backup servers in an effort to help. So I'm going to snooze the ring. I keep getting pings. The kids must be playing outside. I pre-ordered Edge of Fate, and I play Destiny daily. I'll be playing. I'm still going to play. Seems like a lot of you are still playing. Okay, it's not as dire in this community as I thought. Thank you guys for 200 likes, man. Hit the $sign at the bottom of the chat and see if you have a membership renewal. Those also help. They add to the total. They ping the chat. There are always more stories, but they are not really activating new threads. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Nitro. Oh, we haven't done this in a while. Let's do a super chat goal. Every 5 super chats, I will add a member. So you guys can make me add members to the goal. You can make me help out. Some of you guys prefer super chatting. And Joker Quinn's going to gift a member as well. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, one of the kings of the single gifted. We are officially 20 away, 19 away from the first stretch goal. Thank you so much. If we hit 1,000 on the week, we've been having these big stretch goals of 1,000 because boy, do we need it. If we do that, I make it worth it. We'll do a doubleheader. Community game night tonight with the peak game on Steam you guys may have seen. And then tomorrow night, Madam will stream Death Stranding. You'll get 2 streams. You'll get a doubleheader. That's why the goal is so big. Willie Kale with 35 months. Destiny 2 will be my go-to until the servers shut down. So you are definitely locked in there with them. That gets us to 82. Thank you so much. And that gets us to 94. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Willie Kale. I popped over to drop a like. It wasn't difficult. Thank you, Shiny Red Flag. I appreciate that so much. Destiny's the ex-girlfriend that gives fantastic. Hell, man, I can't stay away no matter what. Harvey says, I am done with Destiny 2 at this point. Funny, I cannot remember the current expansion name if my life depended on it. I may never leave, says Isaac. I just take breaks every year. That's what I learned, to have a healthy relationship with the game, to not get burned out. I don't know if rolling around as a ball of energy is doing it for me. I want loot and shoot, not loot and roll. FCat says, I haven't gave up or took a break since D1 beta, not stopping now. Yeah, I'm a day 1 beta player as well, FCat. And obviously, if I wouldn't have been unjustly banned from the game, I would be still playing it and covering it. But I got to admit, the things that I have seen in the content that they're talking about and that they're announcing it, that they're putting out there, I don't know. To me, I don't see the pull. I don't see the draw. If you're trying to get people to come back in, you know what I mean? Like, I'm imagining that I wasn't playing and like a break or coming back after a break. And I just don't see it. And a 10 bomb over here from Kat. Kat's playing both sides of the field. She's playing both sides of the field, and I love her for it. Thank you so much, Kat. You're sassy, and we love it. And she's going to put you guys over here at 104. Okay, and this is going to be a 592. Very close to the first stretch goal. The first song for tonight. Cobra Kai with a $10 super chat says, silver lining of Bungie imploding is this has allowed PlayStation to take over more control, which they wanted. They also took some of Bungie's best talent and made the LFG team for a single-player game. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, okay, let's talk about this. I'm glad you brought this up, Cobra Kai. Let's talk about this. Okay, so it seems as though the PlayStation takeover of Bungie has begun, okay? It's not completed, but it seemingly has begun. All right, we had whispers of this when we started seeing slides and web pages referring to Bungie as a PlayStation studio. And then PlayStation studios are described as game, devs that make exclusives for PlayStation, right? So if you're looking at that and you're thinking, okay, well, they're listed as a PlayStation studio, I thought they were independent, right? It would be fair to wonder what in the world's going on, to wonder, did something change, right? I would say that I hope this happens because I think it's one of the best ways to get rid of the management, one of the best ways to get rid of the leadership, like the higher ups. Lona, if you got unbanned, would you go back and play the DLCs you missed? Probably not. I don't really have any interest in the game. I think they need a restructuring, and I think one of the best ways to do that would be to have PlayStation basically take over. Like, I had a guy leave a comment this morning, and he was like, you would like that, wouldn't you? And I wasn't sure if he was insinuating anything other than, you would like for them to take over. You would like for them to be gutted, or was he saying it because he's thinking that, like, I don't like Bungie, or was he saying that because he thinks I really like PlayStation? I wasn't really sure what he was insinuating. But yes, I actually would like them to take over. And if you guys are watching on the Purple platform, do me a favor and hit follow. If you hit that follow button, you can watch this daily talk show every day, Monday through Friday. It's highly interactive. If you've got a Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can help us with our goal. We have now hit the weekly goal, and we're working on stretch, so thank you so much for everybody who made that possible. The leadership are mostly planning to leave after the final Sony payout said it's broken earth. There is no explanation for the decisions they've made up to now. Lono, you are good. I'm good at what am I good about? Yeah, so I mean, at a ground level, I think the woes of Bungie have been long tracked as being something at the higher echelons of the company. The leadership, the management, the C-suite. I watched a couple of videos this morning. Let me tell you who they were by. I thought they were quite good. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. So, the betrayal that destroyed Bungie is one that I watched. And then I also watched Where Did Bungie Go? Okay. So, Where Did Bungie Go is a video by Going Indie that I thought was quite good. And then the betrayal that destroyed Bungie was also quite good. These are both good videos. And in both of these videos, they sort of tracked and went through from like the earliest days of Bungie. They tracked when leadership had changed, when leadership was sort of run out, and all the things that happened. And what I sort of concluded from the videos was there was a creative fracture at the company that happened in 2013. So that was the original release year of Destiny 1. And at that point in time, they made such tectonic changes that they lost people like Joseph Staten, which eventually leads to Marty getting fired, and then he sues for wrongful firing, and then he gets his shares. And when they had to break apart Destiny, I think that was the beginning of creative dissonance and a creative fracture at the company, and I believe they've been living underneath that shadow for the last decade plus, right? That was 12 years ago. I believe for the last 12 years, they have still been sort of reeling from that moment. That's what I think. Is there still a court case with the ex-dev? I have no idea if Christopher Barrett is still suing them because he got pretty embarrassed. His wife disappeared from social media because she was, I think, pretty confident they were going to win. She tweeted like Happy New Year and had like a link to the lawsuit. Well, they clapped back and they exposed all his emails and DMs and all of his horrible behavior, since he was an actual predator, not just like one made up on Twitter. And so I don't know. I think that was pretty embarrassing. It was like, oh, well, my theory this entire time about that court case has been he knew that bad stuff had happened at the company, and I think he thought Bungie would be so scared of a discovery process they wouldn't want to go through a lawsuit that they would just settle out of court. And Sony said, I'm your Huckleberry. Like, they're like, we'll frickin' go to court. We don't care. Because Sony's lawyer was the one that fired back and basically made all the DMs and everything public. It's a matter of public record that this guy was, basically being a predator at the company and abusing his power. So shoe fits, right? He's familiar with the word because that's what he is. Jadix, thanks so much for 15 months. Amazon failed to deliver my copy of Death Stranding 2 yesterday, and I can't help but laugh at the irony. Well, it certainly wasn't being delivered by Sam Porter Bridges. I'm so sorry about that. 593, we're officially 7 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much. A little bit of a contest between the two platforms down here in the corner, and when we get to 600, you guys will get a song tonight. If you get that thing to 1,000, you guys need to put the bat signal in the sky for the big boys to come in and help. They've done it before. They could do it again. So I don't really care where they went. I'm just telling you sort of the history of what happened here. The thing that makes me more angry is they took the PvP team. PvP is not built, not competitive, but still very fun and has competitive players. Hey, it's Bungie. Let's destroy one part of our game. You should only get yourself shipped by Bridges or Drawbridge at this point. Yeah. I won't lie. I thought that was going to get tossed, and when it didn't, I was shocked. Might actually be something there. And a 5 bomb comes in from Rockin' Robin. Thank you so much for doing that, Rockin' Robin. And that puts us at 598. It's anybody's for the taking. Whoever hits it gets it. If Purple or YouTube makes this hit 600, I owe you members. Thank you guys so much for being here. What's weird about it is chasing loot feels meaningless at the point that Destiny, in my opinion, but it's good gameplay. Nothing wrong with it. Yo, it's good, James. How are you? And a single comes in from Stone Spire. He's going to secure this on his own, it seems. He says, all right, it's my time to shine. He gets it to 599. I'm going to go ahead and just preemptively bump the battle to 107 because I know he's going to drop another one. Can anybody on Purple beat him? We will see. We will see. I'm at the ready. I'm watching both chats. I'm watching both. And Stone Spire secures it. There it is. 600. You guys have hit the first stretch goal of the week. You guys have hit the first stretch goal. So that's a song tonight. I've made it a little bit easier to unlock the songs. Every stretch goal is a song. 700 will be another. 1,000 is the big one. And Joker Quinn's going to drop a 5-bomb to set up the next 20-bomb piece of bait because the next milestone is 625. We'll see if anybody takes that bait. Purple slowed down a little bit, but their lead is substantial, 182 to 112. When I saw that the judge did not dismiss the Red War case and the lawyers didn't settle out of court, I knew what was up. The author lawyers know they can win and win big. They're finally putting in set bonuses that you suggested years ago. I mean, I don't really get credit for set bonuses. I don't think I was the only one that thought set bonuses would be cool in Destiny. Set bonuses is an idea that shows up in a lot of other games. It is cool to see that, though. It is cool to see that. And guys, thanks so much. Everything seems to have turned around over here on YouTube. Do me a favor, though. A lot more of you have piled in, but you haven't hit the like button yet. Make that your morning ritual. Hit that like button. Let's set our sights on 300 likes. We could have a really strong day today. We did skip morning coffee. Some of you guys are like, why did we skip morning coffee? We did the math yesterday and we realized we were spending more time in members content than public content. We don't think that's a good idea. We think that's bad. Like, oh my gosh, an hour of morning coffee and then sometimes 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon with Green Room. That's like 3 to 4 hours. The live shows have only been like 2 to 3. So what we decided to do was, I don't want to take content away from you. We're still starting at the morning coffee time start. We're just going to start the show then. So you get a longer show. You get an unbroken show. I hope that's more value to you guys and makes it easier to listen to. You're not getting less. We're just restructuring how it shows up. And a $10 super chat from Cobra Kai says, the devs working on the game said that the lack of PvE would hurt the game, but the leadership didn't care. I develop products for a living, and I think people underestimate how incompetent higher-ups are. Well, if there's one thing I know about the higher-ups at Bungie is that they are drunk on hubris. I mean, I say that a lot because it's true. Did you see Ecstasis said that the world's reference Destiny and talk to Halo to make their gunplay more enjoyable? I don't understand that sentence. Did you see Ecstasis say that worlds reference Destiny and talk to Halo to make their gunplay more enjoyable? I don't know what you're saying. Lono's not going to get his morning coffee. This show's going to suck. No, I just drink my morning coffee with you guys in the show now. That's right. And this stream is brought to you in part by Reforge Roast, which is great and tasty coffee that you should check out. If you've never tried coffee before with balanced or low acidity, you should go to reforgeroast.com. That's not a sponsor. That's ours. And I've decided to wear some merch today. Oh, Outer Worlds too. Okay, so Ecstasis said that Outer Worlds referenced Destiny and talked to Halo to make their gunplay more enjoyable. And a $5 super chat tip comes in from Neo Reaper. Thank you, Neo Reaper. I remember your opinions on crafting, and now it's one of the most divisive topics in the community. Listen. I don't like to say I told you so. I mean, I like to say it, but I have to say it so often that it's grown stale, okay? But I told you so. Listen, back then when all you guys wanted to debate me about Destiny 2 and crafting, I said that crafting is one of the absolute it's the single most dangerous thing that you can put in your looter shooter. It is the single most dangerous thing because it can absolutely be acid on your loot grind and your loot incentives because it just isn't the same. I've broken this down before so many times. with respect to, you know, the motivation to chase loot and why it's psychologically different to chase loot than to craft loot. Gank says, don't forget about Control. If you want to get big and buff, get your protein shakes and your Rick Ross cookies and use the discount code Lono. That's right. We are partnered with Control. You can use the Control command in chat. They did launch a Rick Ross cookie this week, and I am in the commercial for it, which was hilarious. But I actually do like their meal replacement shakes. They're quite good. I know some of you guys order Control. If you ever order from there or you restock, please use my code. That does give you a discount, and it does support me. Literally happened with the red border guns. Well, so here's what happens in a game like Destiny 2 when you're chasing loot, okay? When you're chasing loot, there is a direct correlation between wanting to engage with the content and beat the boss because you know there's a chance you're going to get the thing that you're looking for. I have always argued that one of the best things you can do in your loot-based game is to be generous. Generosity is not the enemy of engagement. It is the promoter of it, is something I have always said. It's like one of my mottos. Generosity is not the enemy of engagement. It is the promoter of it, okay? So, if you imagine, and Brian King with the 5-bomb comes in and gets us a little bit closer to the next goal. You guys have done all of this without the monstrous heavy hitters coming in, which is just incredible. You guys might actually get us to 1,000 on the week. We are at a great pace today. We're on our way to 700. Thank you, Brian King. So, where can we see the Rick Ross commercial? It's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. Anyways. So, you killing the boss, if you know every time I kill this boss, he is going to drop the Skull Breaker. Like, let's just say there's a gun called the Skull Breaker, and you know every single time you kill that boss, he will drop the Skull Breaker. And there is a version of that gun that you want, okay? Here's how you trick the player, and I'm not saying in a malicious way. You don't trick the player in a malicious way. I'm not promoting that. Here's how you trick the player. You give them a Skull Breaker every time, and you use RNG and a perk pool, perk diversity, to make it to where it's unlikely they're going to get that roll, the best roll, or the perfect roll, very quickly. And Shiny Red Flag decides to make it a little bit harder on YouTube, and he adds 10 more to the lead that Team Purple has, and he gets us within 5, count them 5, of the next milestone. At 625, I owe your platform 5. They had something like that in the game already. Certain perks were almost impossible to get. Now, here's the thing, Asimo. I don't think okay, so I think that player endurance in a loot chase is like a rubber band. You can stretch it too far and it will break. So, I don't think you want to be so generous with the drops, but then inversely or conversely, you're insanely stingy with the perks, okay? That, I think, is an overreaction. There's a happy medium where they confidently know they're going to get the roll they want eventually, okay? It shouldn't take 1,000 times. It shouldn't take 2 times. You have to find that happy medium somewhere in the middle. And the reason that this works, okay, track with me on this. The reason that this works is because it creates a spectrum of engagement where everybody feels rewarded for their time. Everybody. So if you're a very casual player, you are just happy to have the Skull Breaker. You're just happy to have the Skull Breaker if you're a more casual player. If you're a more hardcore player, you are literally going to go until you get the absolute best version of the Skull Breaker. You see? Everywhere along that line, there's somebody who's not so casual, maybe a little less casual, maybe more of a mid-lane player, sort of hardcore, very hardcore. Everywhere along that line, somebody who's like sort of hardcore, they'd be like, well, I got a good enough roll. I'm happy with what I got. Everybody feels appropriately rewarded for their time. If you create this, I call it spectrum. If you create this spectrum appropriately, then everybody should feel a sense of satisfaction from their grind. If you grinded for the weapon for an hour or 10 hours, both persons should feel as though their time was respected by the mechanics that you have built, with the blend of generosity of the drop, but stinginess within the perk pool. You've got to have those two things sort of balanced. They're like pedals on a bike. They're both firing, okay? This is why crafting is so dangerous. Charles Hawk gifts a member and gets us to 621. Thank you so much. This is why crafting is so dangerous, because what crafting can do, crafting can come along and it can just break that. And now you're no longer doing this pursuance of a weapon where the dopamine hits when you see the thing drop. And from the research that, I've seen done on this and read papers and even watched an episode of that show with Jeff Goldblum, dopamine is at its highest point right before you open the box of the present. So if I give you a nice shiny box for your birthday, and you have a good idea of what might be in the box, right? The shape, the size of it, the weight of it, and I hand it to you. There's an intoxication to it. You're saying, it's good. I know what this is. You remove the wrapping paper. And just before you open the box, dopamine's at its highest point, and then it comes down from there. We've all experienced our children having the dopamine crash on Christmas, where every gift is amazing, and then later that day, most of the gifts are on the ground, potentially, and in some cases just being completely forgotten. Okay. Now, look at this through that lens. Every time you kill the boss and you see the little twinkling thing pop out of him and land on the ground, and you run over to it to pick it up, you're experiencing that same rush. That rush is addicting. That rush is as intoxicating as that gift that I set before you to unwrap. So what you're doing is you're creating, and this is the psychology of it, okay? This is the psychology that they're missing in so many looter shooters these days. The psychology of it is you're creating neural pathways to where the player associates the highest dopamine hit, the time they feel the best, is at the end of a boss fight, and that neural pathway then says, I need to keep doing this boss fight because that's when I feel the best. Are you tracking with what I'm saying? So when you do crafting, you break that and you say, well, no, there's no longer a dopamine hit at the end of every boss fight where there's a chance of you getting the thing that you want. You see it drop on the ground, you run over to it, you pick it up, you check the perks. Oh, it doesn't have what you need. Oh, it's really close. And you're going to run it again. Why are you going to run it again? Because the neural pathway in your brain says, that's when I feel the best. That's when I feel the best in this game, is when I kill that boss and I see that thing pop out of him. Crafting says, do this thing over and over and over again so some currency or component stack goes up, okay? So you're just sort of seeing this stack of coins or metal or brass or whatever it is you're using. It just keeps going higher, right? And now you have enough, and you take that stack and you shove it into a machine, or you hand it to a blacksmith or whatever it is, and then the weapon is now better. You have disconnected that dopamine high from the content. You have broken what made people farm for an imago loop until their eyes were bleeding. You made people stop doing the thing that made your game so intoxicating. You have lost your way. There still kind of is. You need to get 5 red borders of the weapon to drop. I don't know what that means. I'm simply explaining to you why crafting is acid on player incentivization to grind. Crafting talk. I thought this was a Crimson Desert waiting room. I couldn't get Hawkmoon to drop in D1 for about 2 years, and the buzz when it finally dropped was amazing. I'm not a huge fan of this, and there's people that disagree with this, right? They're touching on this with Borderlands 4, right? They're touching on this with Borderlands 4, where in Borderlands 4 they say they want legendaries to be legendary again, so they're barely ever going to drop. I think that's totally fine if the purples are plentiful and the perks are, potent. We're using a lot of P's here. You want your perks to be plentiful, and you want your perks to be potent. So if I'm getting like random purples, and I'm getting random drops with random parts, they need to be really freaking cool or fun or random and exciting, so that when the legendaries drop, they're like this bing moment, like this beacon in the sky in the loot pool, and you're like, oh, instead of being like, well, the purples suck and I can't get a legendary, so life is misery. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not even specifically talking about Destiny's crafting. I don't really care about Destiny's crafting. I'm simply outlining why crafting is a huge risk. If you put crafting in your game, you run the risk of breaking everything I just talked about with the dopamine and the generosity and the purple. And Risic drops a 10 bomb to get us to 631. Guys, we are working on a huge member goal. We're trying to get to 1,000 for a double header weekend. There'll be a stream tonight and a stream tomorrow night. Madam will play Death Stranding tomorrow night. If you guys can get it to 1,000, you're well on your way. We've only been streaming for an hour. You guys are crushing it. You're going to have to bat signal the big boys. Twitch has already done their part for the most part. Each team had to do about 300 members, and they're at close to 200. So Twitch has done very well today. And you're catching up, Team Red, and I like to see the hustle. Glad Borderlands 4 won't have crafting. Do you think they push crafting because it may resonate with casual players who the percentage of the player base may favor? Okay, this is what I typically think is the justification for crafting. Do me a favor if you are watching on YouTube. I need everybody right now. Can you please double check that you have pressed the like button? Okay, I'm going to check my own like button and make sure it's working. Make sure it's saving your likes. Let's try to get to 300 likes, okay? I just bumped it to 250, all right? So, this is what I think is the motivation a lot of the times. Hardcore players will commonly say, I'm one perk away, right? I'm one stat away from this being the best, and I don't really feel. And this is where your player endurance is like a rubber band. You can stretch it too far, and it snaps, and people get sick of the game. They're like, So this happens when you're too stingy with loot drops. If you're too stingy with loot drops, you will break player endurance, because they will eventually say, I'm getting nothing from you. I just played for 3 hours. I have nothing to show for it. This is why generosity is a protective barrier. Let's compare two play sessions. Same player, two play sessions. In one play session, he plays for 3 hours, and every time he kills the boss, it drops the weapon, it drops the skull breaker. He's looking for a perfect roll, okay? He's going to end that 3-hour play session almost assuredly with a roll that is decent, good, or close to what they want, okay? They have something to show for it. Let's contrast that to what others have argued for, which is stingy drop rates. Well, if you give them generous drop rates, they're going to get the gun and they're going to stop playing. This is simply untrue. The Loot 2.0 system in Diablo 3 has disproven this, that generosity actually increases engagement. It doesn't lower it, because players feel empowered to commit to long play sessions with your game because they know they're going to be treated well by the drop rate, right? They feel empowered to make that choice. Yo, Asmo, thank you so much for jumping back in for 4 months over here on Team Purple. Thank you. Okay, so we're comparing two play sessions. In one play session, he plays for 3 hours, and he gets the skull breaker every single time the boss dies. And Asimo also gifts a 5 bomb, and DeWitt hits 16 members. There you go. That's 6 more, and that takes it to 199. Purple is really owning their part in this battle today, man. They're on the doorstep of 200. That's amazing. Thank you, Asmo. Or it might be Azimo. 16. Did I say 16 members? 16 months, sorry. 16 months. I'm saying a lot. Okay, so we're comparing play sessions. Okay. So 3 hours, he gets one every time. He's going to end that play session. He's going to have some approximation of the weapon that is either what he wants or close to what he wants. Now let's compare that to the stingy play session. He's going to get, let's say, 1 drop every 30 minutes, roughly. So he ends the 3-hour play session and only 6 things dropped. Well, that significantly diminishes the chances of him getting the role that he's looking for. So you've now increased the likelihood of him ending a play session and saying, I have nothing to show for my time. Nothing. I got 6 drops and they were all crap. Okay. What you have now done is you have trained that player to think that your game isn't worth his time. It's subtle, but it's there. It's subtle. It's underneath the surface. It's very, very slow, but he just learned very passively, I can play this game and it can be a total waste of my time. And you never want a player to feel that way. You want a player to feel like I put in 3 hours and that 3 hours was worth it. It was worth it. I've got a gun. I got close. I'm going to try again tomorrow. Right? This, again, I think is the principle that so many of these games forget is they think, well, our goal should be re-engagement patterns, so we need to emphasize FOMO. Fear of missing out is what FOMO means. So we're going to emphasize FOMO. We're going to emphasize time-gated things. We're going to emphasize very, very hard-to-get things or low drop rate things because that'll make players play more. And it's like, no, not actually. Eventually what that does is it wears the player down and the player feels like the game doesn't respect my time. I'm going to go somewhere else. I always said that you should put this on the dry erase board at these companies and you should put it there in permanent marker. If you don't respect the player's time, you cannot expect the player's time. That's just the mantra of a live service game. That's the mantra of a looter shooter that all these companies should don. Put it on the dry erase boards in permanent marker so nobody can erase it. If you do not respect the player's time, you cannot expect the player's time. They're not going to give it to you because their time they cannot get back. They can buy your game and they can make more money. They can buy your game and trade in some others and get some of the money back, right? Like they can recoup some of the money, but they can't recoup their time. If they give you 2 or 3 hours a night for an entire week, and they end that week feeling like they were not treated fairly by the RNG or the game systems or the drop rates, they are going to conclude that you are not respecting their time. That's what will happen. And remember, if you guys are watching on the purple platform, do me a favor, hit that heart button, hit that follow button. I do a live interactive talk show like this Monday through Friday. And if you like this kind of content, it's an interactive talk show about the gaming community, about the gaming world, about gaming culture. Hit a follow. Hit a follow and maybe considering using your Prime over here. If you guys are paying for Amazon Prime, you got a Prime sub that you can use on me every month. And Team YouTube, we just need a few more likes on the video to get to 300. You guys are doing very well. We're turning things around. We had a bunch of issues earlier with the servers. We have seemingly rectified that. So thank you so much for your support. I'm forever deleting exotic engrams. It's way too much. I hate the champion mechanism. It forces using primary weapons. I saw Bungie being listed as a first-party studio. Yes, on their during their recent business call. Yes, it seems again, and I have heard from folks that I get little tidbits of information from. It seems internally that PlayStation is taking over Bungie. The beginning stages seem to have started. I'm not saying that it has completed or concluded or that it's done or that they have kicked in the door or that they're in charge, but it does seem that that they have begun what is amounting to a takeover. It seems that way. I'm saving exotic engrams, making getting new exotics much easier. Does that even work? I thought they usually protected against that. First-party game counters in the mud. First-party game counters in the mud. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Bumblepants. Kill Bill says, no, it don't. Yeah, I don't think that works. I think they basically encase those exotic engrams in time, and it'll only pull from the pool of exotics. Did they? It worked the last 3 episodes. I have not played the game since 2021 when they banned me for no reason. So I have no idea how it works. So you can pop old exotic engrams and it'll give you the new exotics. They changed it, says Cryo. How does it work, chat? You can save engrams to focus new exotics. Really? Well, listen to me. Listen to me. I respect the hustle, but you got to acknowledge what you're doing. You got to acknowledge what you're doing. You are maximizing the fun out of the game. Well, I guess maybe not. Maybe not. You might enjoy the chase now because it gives you something to do, and then you can start enjoying the exotic faster when it drops. So I guess that's not fair to me, for me to assume that you're maximizing the fun out of the game. That might actually be really fun for you. So, oh, you have to upgrade Rahul. Oh, okay. They changed the whole system. Well, there you go. I did not know that. You level up the Cryptarch, and you can buy new exotics, turning in exotic engrams to level up the Cryptarch. Okay. You need max Cryptarch. All right. So the hardcore players have no problem with that. I want to get on that topic. You shouldn't be. Oh, you won't get on that topic. I mean, you can if you want. But yeah, if you save up exotics on all three characters and you focus them to reset Master Rahul, once you reset, you can focus the new exotics as soon as they drop the DLC. Well, there you go. There you go, chat. Getting some tips in here from Northern J. Thank you for that, Northern J. It makes my exotics now worth it instead of worthless. Okay. Yeah, like it gives you something to do now instead of feeling like there's literally nothing for you to do. Yeah, I think that's I think that's a totally fair way of looking at it. How do you organize your game collection A to Z? I don't have a game collection. I've been all digital for a long time now. I don't really do the physical release thing. It doesn't really matter to me. Like, I like to get collector's editions for like the stuff to put on the desk or over there on the floor because my office is a mess. But I don't have a physical collection of games anywhere. I don't. We need 15 more likes on YouTube. YouTube, you guys are crushing it. Thank you so much. We are working on a huge goal for the week. There will be a stream tonight, a Friday night stream with me. We'll be playing the game Peak on Steam for Community Game Night. You've unlocked a song. I've been working on music. I write all the lyrics. I do use AI to make the music, but it's very cathartic and fun. It's been an artistic endeavor for me, and we've been letting you guys hear those. And on Purple, you guys can even cash in your viewer points to hear samples. I currently owe one sample to Pac-Man on a Bike. And the big goal of the week is if this number over here that's currently 638, if you guys get that to 1,000, there'll be a double header. We'll do a stream tonight, and I'll do a stream tomorrow night. Madam, my wife, will have to play Death Stranding. I think it'll be hilarious just letting her play the open. I think crafting is fine, but they went too far, says the spy who swags. You should not be able to, given the ability to craft a basic gun for casuals. Hardcore should have to chase the god rolls. You buy collector's editions. I think I'm going to take a break from buying collector's editions. I do. I think I'm going to take a break from buying collector's editions because they just kind of sit in the corner. Also, over here on the Purple platform, you Twitch homies, I'm currently running a 35% discount. We can run those every once in a while. So there's like 2.5 hours left on that. You guys went crazy with the train earlier. You can still take advantage of that discount when you're gifting members or doing member trains. Will Death Stranding 2 stay a PlayStation 5 exclusive? I highly doubt that it will stay an exclusive. I believe Kojima retains the rights. That's a confusing topic. I'm not really sure where that lands. But as far as we know, he retains the rights to Death Stranding. So I would imagine in about a year it lands on PC and then eventually Xbox. I imagine PC will get it first, though. And it'll probably be about a year, 12 months or so. That'd be my guess. They haven't spoken specifically to it, but I don't think it will stay an exclusive, no. How's the Attic doing? Okay. They installed 6 of these Louvre. They're like 650, 750 Louvre open. What are they called? Dadgummit. I said it to my friend who's in construction. They installed 750 box-style louver vents to my roof. 6 of those. They added like 22 vents to my eaves around the edge. Now, we have like a laser pointer thermometer. The day before they did this, if I pointed it at the ceiling in my attic, it was like 135 degrees Fahrenheit. 135, okay? And then yesterday after they did this, it was 117. So it dropped almost 20 degrees, just the wood itself in the attic, because the heat's escaping better now. The attic fan seems to work more efficiently as well. So today is the true test. Today is the true test, because yesterday they did it like halfway through the day. So I want to see what an entire day with the update, what that looks like, because it was maintaining temperature a lot better in the house and in the hallway. But I was also running like other AC units and stuff. I'm dealing with the same issue right now. Our cover was cracked, so my office was so hot, had no idea, and I went into the closet to clean it out. Oh yeah, they should have used the 850s. I mean, I don't know what any of it is. This guy seemed to know what he was talking about, and he said, you need them there, and there. And then he walked around and he realized that none of my eaves were vented. Oh, you're just kidding around. Okay. Did they add any windows? No, they did not add any windows to my attic. We need 6 more likes for 300 likes, YouTube. You're doing great. There's not even a physical copy of Death Stranding on Xbox. It's only the digital code. Oh, they didn't do a physical release? I mean, that's not surprising. I don't think they're going to do many physical releases for that platform. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hang on one second. There we go. Maybe I need to do that. My unit seems to run from the Reagan administration is really struggling. What did you do to your roof? You should get some of your money back. Oh, who did your roof? Oh, I don't know. We bought the house 5 years ago and the roof was new. So he said it was not done properly. And everybody in chat that was in the business was also like, yeah, that doesn't sound like it's been done properly. So seems to have made an immediate difference. I can tell down here in my office that it's made a difference because the AC's not running. Like, I'm usually down here freezing, and now I'm feeling a little bit warm, which is fine. But the AC was just constantly running all day, every day. All day, every day. Interesting, he put vents, like, under your eave throughs? Yes. Yeah, you want eaves. You want vents in your eaves, like, every 6 feet, he said. What that does is it helps the air flow up and out of your house. Instead of having, like, basically a box on top of your house that's just hot. Let your neighbors know. They have vents in their eaves. All their stuff looked right to me. How much I cracked you to get it done? It's over $2,000. It was not cheap. I was really shocked. Yeah, I was very, very shocked. They were done so fast. There was like 3 or 4 of them. And I was like, oh, I don't think they're done yet because it's raining. And then I went out later and I was like, oh my gosh, they're already done? What the frick? Like, it was so quick. He was a really nice guy. He said that he spoke to the office. He was like, I spoke to the office, and he's like, I told them we needed to give you priority because your attic was so hot. He said it was one of the hottest attics he ever stuck his head into. So, yeah. I have a menopausal wife. Ours runs year-round. It's a good investment in the home. Because long-term, it was going to damage the home. It was. It was bad for my AC unit. It's bad for my electric bill. So, it's fine. I am not complaining. Home ownership is a blessing and a challenge. You know, I'm blessed to have a home and one that I can invest in because, you know, that's just part of the job, right, of owning a home is you want to care for it and make those discerning calls when you're like, yeah, this is going to suck, but we need to do it. Do you think this Darksider series are good games, still decent in 2025? I've not played much of them, so I can't really comment. You sleep in your roof room for the AC? Yeah. No, we have good ceiling fans upstairs in the bedrooms that keep the rooms cool. Yeah. Anyways, that's enough about my roof and AC. That's enough about that. That has probably cost that home tens of thousands of dollars over its life. Probably. You know, every year spending through the nose to keep the dadgum place cool over the summer, you know. There's some days I complain to my wife that I want to rent again, and sometimes when something happens to the house, they're having to landscape. But yeah, being a homeowner does pay off. It does. And I don't ever want to sell. I'll probably live here until I'm dead. But if we ever did, I would be like, we made this investment into the roof, and you're going to see it in your electric bill, you know, and that would hopefully increase home value. Will I cover Edge of Fate release? I can't play the game, so no. What Xbox game are you looking forward to playing? I really liked Doom. That was one of my favorite games this year. I had a lot of fun with that one. I don't like the way that it ended. I thought the last 3 areas and the boss at the end was not that great. It was a little too much focus on the parrying. It felt a lot less like a boomer shooter at the end, which is unfortunate. It was feeling more like Doom. And then it wasn't. Yeah, Outer Worlds 2 looks good. Outer Worlds 2 looks good. I don't know if it's going to be my jam, because I've got so many other games to play. Death Stranding 2, I'm loving it right now. There's Ghosts of Yotei. There's Mafia: The Old Country. There's Borderlands 4. So I'm not quite sure if Outer Worlds 2 will keep my attention, but it looks good. I think it's going to deliver what a lot of folks are wanting from the series, which is probably the most important thing. A side-scrolling game you need to play on PS5? I think one of the best Metroidvania side-scrollers to come out as of late is the Prince of Persia Lost Crown game. Not since Ori 1 and 2 have I enjoyed a Metroidvania that much. That's an excellent game. Space Marine 2 got an update. They added global illumination. Oh, really? You bought mine in 2017, 140, invested 60K. It praises for 300. Yep. Our house jumped from being worth about 300 to about 350 just because of when we bought it. We bought it right before the pandemic. So, what was the other thing? Marathon. Okay. I'm curious what you guys think about my marathon video. What did you guys think about my take that I sort of feel like I'm seeing through the PR nonsense of Herman Hulst and PlayStation? You're forgetting Lost Crown. I literally just said Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, is one of the best Metroidvanias I've played since Ori. I'm not sure. Maybe you misheard me. You left a comment, Hilly? Okay. Let me go to some of the comments on this video. Okay? Let me go to some of the comments. So, I feel like I'm reading through the bull. I feel like we're getting BS by PlayStation. I feel like Herman Hulst, what he said at the earnings call, I feel like what they're doing now on these the town hall that we heard from. Yo, Mr. G, thank you so much for a $5 super chat. Says, Bungie's done. I've already deleted all my characters on Destiny, 7,000 hours. Marathon's already dead. I hope Bungie goes down fast. I don't hope that they go down. I hope they get taken over by PlayStation so they can retain the talent and retain the IP and get rid of the bad leadership. We are two super chats away from the goal where I have to add to the total of members. YouTube, you are lagging behind. You got beat by Purple so far. It's 199 to 128 in the contest. We're currently working on the stretch goal of 700. And there's another one that's going to perfectly roll Twitch over to 200 on the day. Thank you so much, Abyssal E, for 3 months. Another sub, another month to support the channel. I appreciate that so much. And we are now at 639. My bad, G. No, you're good, Mr. Chosen. You might have just misheard me. Yeah, I've always said that Prince of Persia game is one of the best Metroidvanias I've played. So, if you guys haven't watched this video yet, it's right here at the top. It's right here at the top of the list of my videos, okay? Marathon, PlayStation has lost faith, okay? Give that video a watch if you haven't already, all right? I'll give you guys a link. I'll give you guys a link in the chat if you want to check it out right now. That would be greatly appreciated. And you can leave a comment. It's a real quick video. It's like 5 minutes long. It's like 5 minutes long, okay? So, you guys on Purple, you can check it out. We did secure the username. Reforge Gaming on Purple. So, we're no longer Reforge Gaming TV. So, make sure and update your bookmarks if you bookmark my channel over there. I don't know why I can't paste all of a sudden. Copy. There we go. So each of you now have a link to the video if you want to check it out. So basically what I argue in the video is like I feel like they've lost faith. They're not talking about it in confident ways. We are now exactly 10 away from the next milestone of 650. Thank you so much. We are at 640. We just got a renewal from the Real Sticky, 28 months. If you had to guess, what game do you think will be your personal game of the year aside from Expedition 33? Yotei will probably end up being my favorite game this year. It'll probably be a very, very close tie with Expedition 33 because I loved Expedition 33. I'm currently loving Death Stranding 2, so it's going to be like a three-way tie. I don't even know how I'm going to pick. It's like asking me to pick who's my favorite child. Like, there's just no freaking way. They're all the games. Oh, they're just such a good year for games. Good golly, what a good year for games. Anyway. I feel that when they say in this PlayStation Town Hall, they're talking about the Marathon game. And, you know, the Marathon release date, currently a question mark after we saw the delay, you know, of Marathon. Bungie Marathon, stolen art, all the things, right? Everybody's wondering what the frick is going on. So in this town hall, they say, PlayStation says they're going forward with the game because it is technically sound and the shooting is good. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But it's what they say after this that I find to be, okay, you don't have faith in this product anymore, okay? You don't have faith in this dadgum thing. They say that it lacks the fundamentals of a fun game. I just want you to really think about, chew on what I just said. It lacks the fundamentals of a fun game. Somebody left a very funny comment on the video. I appreciated you for this. It made me chuckle. They lacked the fundamentals. Anyway. So, to me, it's like, that means you got to go back to the drawing board. You got to go back to the drawing board. What are you doing? You're going to have to start all the way over, basically. Whatever you end up releasing is likely going to be vastly different. It's likely going to be vastly different because it sounds like you've got to start all the way over. Derek says, I will just say, if you would have told me all those years ago when you had me try the first level of Destiny that we'd be talking like this today, I don't think I would have believed it. Yeah. It's interesting. It doesn't really matter what you believe. You could read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, or you could read the Proverbs, or you could read, I don't know, The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It wouldn't surprise me if a common theme in all of that, what I would label to be like wisdom literature, warnings against pride are pretty prevalent in all of them. I think there's a reason for that. You know, I think the pride and the ego of and the hubris of Bungie is probably their greatest weakness. You've never read any of those books? I mean, I recommend all of them. Obviously, I would encourage you to start with Proverbs, right? Fear of the Lord's the beginning of wisdom. You don't have to believe that, though. That's fine. You can read other wisdom literature, like Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. I mean, the common theme, though, is that pride will destroy you. Sadly, I can't read. That's why you're such a good lawyer, I bet. It'll destroy you. That's the common theme. It's a common theme in literature. It's a common theme in movies, right? The bad guy is drunk on his own hubris, and he monologues, and it ends up being why everything goes kaput and goes upside down on him. It's common. It's a common theme that you see. And when I look at Bungie, and I look at their history and their behavior, when I look at what the frick people did to me in 2020, all I see is pride and ego and this idea of like just drunk on your own self-righteousness. This idea that like, hey, we have determined what we think is the truth about literally everything. And so we're just going to smite anybody who's not in line with that. It's like, okay, I mean, all right. You know, and their behavior, even in the wake of all that, you know, some of the things they were blogging about and making their company about social issues and political issues that were very divisive. It's like, man, you got an awful lot of pride if you think that's a good idea. You know? Meditations, what other books? I mean, there's The Art of War by Sun Tzu. There's the Proverbs, which that's in the good book. I still think it's worth reading. I think you could probably read Proverbs 80% of it. You could read it as an atheist and get a lot from it. I think so. I think it's very practical and good, insightful wisdom. It opens up and says that you'll grow in discernment. You'll grow in, being prudent. I think these are good things. But, you wore Reforged Roast on the day that we skipped morning coffee. That's Phil Spencer level of effery. We just decided that morning coffee was, it was disruptive. It was disruptive. Is there an audiobook? I'm sure that you could find one. Book of the Five Rings. Yeah, I've heard Book of the Five Rings is also very good. Yes, I have heard that. Miyamoto Musashi. I think pride is an imprecise word for what we mean. We're all proud of ourselves and others for good reason. The pride that trips is more like extreme overconfidence, blind narcissism. Well, I think the difficulty is, historically speaking, that word would have meant something else back then. That word would have meant what you're saying. We use it very differently now, right? You say to your child, I'm so proud of you. You say, man, you should be really proud of yourself. You did a good job. I think those are healthy versions of what I would call contentment or satisfaction in a job well done, right? Self-awareness, not a false... the f is going on? Golly, like a piece of fuzz or something? You don't want to have that like false humility of like, oh, I didn't do a good job. No, shut the frick up. If you did a good job, own the fact that you did a good job. If you're skilled in your labor, if you're skilled at something, it's okay to be confident in that. We've just sort of, started invoking the word pride there, which is fine. I think words change over time, right? So I can say, you know what? I'm really proud of the work we do here at Reforge Gaming. I think we've really done a good job in our coverage and with our content, right? I can say that, and I'm not being. It's one thing to sort of be proud of what you've done and to be prideful, right? I think commonly that's what the literature is getting at, is a prideful person, not like, hey, I did a good job leading us to victory in this fight, and I'm very proud of the work that I did. Well, no. You're not being prideful when you do that, right? The difference between having some pride in your work and being proud of something that you've done is not the same as being prideful. And so I would argue that Bungie has really postured over the years as a very prideful company, and very hubristic company. And we've seen this meet out in many ways. I'd call it a total lack of humility more than pride. Well, I would say that the antonym for a lack of humility is pridefulness, to be full of pride, right? It's an overrealized sense of. Okay, so it's basically like this. When good things become ultimate things, they tip over. Okay, so when confidence becomes arrogance, it tips you over, right? When taking pride in your work is you have too much of it, you tip over into pridefulness, and it's like it's too much of a good thing. Is how I think it's a fair way to phrase it. Like, loving something is fine. Loving something to the point that it's obsessive, you've now tipped over into something that's bad. Super chat from Mr. G, $10 super chat says, to be fair, Bungie has put a lot of Satanism into Destiny. Okay, we're getting a little out of pocket here. So its fall is symbolic as deserved. I appreciate the super chat. I don't know if I'm going to label some of those things as Satanism. We don't need to go down that road. What I'm talking about is more of a zoomed out thing. So I can wear a Loney t-shirt, but I can't tell everyone how much better it makes me than them. No. Elevation of self is ironically the devolution of self. When you're like self-elevating yourself. It's, yeah, anyways. Hang on a second. Let me see. Hang on. What's the hallway say? Bungie devs would literally tweet out, Bungie, if that's not prideful, I don't know what is. Huh? What? Them just yelling Bungie? How do you think about the whole Sony not putting their games day one on Game Pass? Because I've been seeing comments about people using it to bash it to make it look like Microsoft is ahead of the times. Oh, you mean like the recent comments from PlayStation where they say that they find targeting like indie games or smaller games for day and date and then putting their games on PlayStation Plus 12 to 18 months, they found that to be very successful, and that PlayStation Plus is doing very well, and that they're having great saturation of like their most expensive versions of it. Yeah, it's really interesting that they're doing all of the things they said they were going to do. They're doing all the things that folks said, oh, they're going to go the way of Xbox, and they've decided not to do that. They've continued to say they will not be doing that, and they've had great success. Yeah. So yeah. there you go. So, yeah. Personally, I don't mind because as a business strategy, it makes sense. And all it takes is to see the streaming film industry started releasing news. You guys want to know something interesting? Something else that came out of these PlayStation town halls, these Sony town halls, apparently MLB coming off of Game Pass is something that they were celebrating and that they were wanting to have happen. They were like happy that that was happening. I don't know if that was something that the MLB was forcing them to do, but MLB coming off of Game Pass was celebrated because I don't think they like it. They don't like something like that is high in demand and a potentially good moneymaker for them being on a subservice. Could the new Halo on PS5 be rebranded Master Chief Collection like Gears Reloaded? Instead, it's now the Spartan Collection. I think the first Halo to come to PlayStation is going to be the Combat Evolved remaster or remake or whatever it is that we've heard about. Like somebody saw a new Halo SKU in the API on the retail side of PlayStation, and they said that it's not the Master Chief Collection. It's a new SKU, so it's probably Combat Evolved, remade, remastered, or whatever it's going to be. That's likely what it is. That's the current running. The current running theory is that that's what it is. It's something new, and it would be the Combat Evolved, the Combat Evolved remaster. I think is what it's a remaster, maybe. That old, I would say remake it, but we'll see. MLB is like, Sony, our cut of this is getting small. What's up? Yeah. Well, and yeah. If you've got a live service game, it's maintaining 72. Nope, never know, disagree. Halo's too good for ponies. Yeah. Thank you guys for all the likes today. We haven't even hit the 2-hour mark yet. We did start earlier today, and it seems to have helped. Hang on. Anything interesting come out of the Arc Sys Capcom shows? Capcom showed some of the first gameplay of RE9, and it looks like I'm gonna love it. It looks like it's gonna be a return to Resident Evil 7's horror elements, but also it's gonna have some of the action elements of RE8. Talk about a misread. Crap, I was behind. Oh, what were you referring to? Anything interesting come out of that? Yeah, I don't know. Do we think we know what's going on with Halo by the end of the year? No. You're more interested in Pragmata? Oh yeah, that's the super chat. Yeah, Eugene, we're not going there. I'm hoping that Pragmata doesn't have performance issues. It didn't look bad, but it also looked like, okay, this seems like it might be early footage. It was a little shaky. A little shaky in the frame department. There's a lot going on. The new Street Fighter costumes showed at Capcom Showcase. They're going for the money. Yeah, something about money. We're going for the money shot, I guess. I mean, they know what they're doing, dude. It's gonna be cheeks out. Like they should just own it, and that's just what the season should be called. Street Fighter 6, Season 7, cheeks out. Like, you know what I mean? Just embrace it. Just let everybody know what you're doing. Madam, what do you mean? I'm just describing what we saw. Are you serious? Zubair, you're going to tell on me? You're going to tell on me for just calling a spade a spade? Like, what are we even talking about here, boys? Like, listen, this is promotional. I'm just going to show you. You guys ready for that? I'm just going to show you some images here, okay? Just, fair warning. I don't want to hear any complaining here. All right. Hang on. Reddit loves to show my freaking email address. All right, you ready? Here we go. There's Chun-Li. Man. Cammy. Yeah. I mean, they even got Cammy's tan lines going on. And there we go. There's your last one. That's Kimberly. So yeah, like I said, I would just call the new season cheeks out. You know what I mean? Instead of suns out, guns out, heats out, cheeks out. Let's go, boys. I mean, let's just make that the motto. Let's just make that the slogan. Or suns out, buns out. I think that's even better. Suns out, buns out, heats out, cheeks out. Whatever you got to say, whatever you got to do, that's what they're doing. They're selling cheeks, boys. No half-naked dudes? The dudes are dressed for summer, but their butts aren't out. Yeah. Yeah, very different approach. Anyway, grass out. That doesn't work, Zubair. Chun-Li and Cammy are old Street Fighter 2 callbacks. Cammy has always been cheeks out. We know this. She's always been cheeks out. This is not new for her. This is not new territory for her. Okay. They're accustomed to the sunlight. So, in any case, that was probably the biggest thing to come out of last night. That was the biggest thing to come out of last night is all the cheeks. No, the Resident Evil 9 gameplay looked fantastic. Did you guys see it? I thought it looked great. I was like, boy, oh boy, does that remind me of RE7. What do you think? We see anything from Gummy Bears? Yeah, I don't freaking know. I don't have a guess. Maybe summer next year. All right, let's skip ahead here. What we got? Hang on. Got setting, we got tone, we got... What is this? This looks like RE7 right now. This looks like RE7. That's what this makes. Yeah, so look at this. See? This makes me think of RE7. Oh my gosh. See what I'm saying? See what I'm talking about? Welcome to the family, son. This is supposed to be a feast. Marguerite. Oh, RE7 was so good. Character. She comes equipped with multiple jackets. She's ready for chilly weather. Look at this. This looks great. See? I'm very, very excited. It seems like a significant return of the horror elements that I loved in RE7. RE8 was just not, it was made for like long-standing RE fans. It was made for long-standing RE fans. And so I didn't vibe with it as much because Resident Evil 7 was my very first Resident Evil. I would watch my older brother play Resident Evil games, back in the day, and I would just sit in a chair and listen to music. And I never got it. I never understood the appeal. Yeah, this right here, this makes me think of RE7. And you can switch it to third person if you want. I think it looks fantastic, boys. I think it looks fantastic. I'm pumped. Really doesn't play the RE games? Yeah, I was never, ever into them. And RE7 just did something. Did something for me. I liked it. I really did. It was a fun time. So, guys, we're about 2 hours into the broadcast. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the $sign and check if you've got a renewal, if you've got a Prime to redo. We're working on some big goals. Appreciate you guys helping out with that. Every little bit helps. Every little bit adds up. If you're watching on purple, hit the heart button. That's the follow button. That way you're here every day for the talk show. I put myself in the talk show podcast category today, see if we could meet some new people. We get a little bit drowned in the other category. OG RE1 is still the GOAT. Yeah, I just was never into it. What's good, Mike on the mic? I have an anxiety disorder, and me playing scary games is like an alcoholic getting a job at a whiskey factory. So it's basically you don't want to do some exposure therapy, is what you're saying. Have you played Kingdom Hearts? No, I was never into Kingdom Hearts. Is this the one that you like? Yes, that is the one that I like. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Yes. Yes. NorCal Garbage Man here. Let's go. Well, hello to you, NorCal Garbage Man. Hello to everybody that's watching or listening wherever you are in the world. We were talking about the future of Bungie. We talked about Destiny, Edge of Fate. We've talked about Marathon. We've talked about how it seems like PlayStation is beginning a takeover. If you guys have got questions about that or any of the other things going on, you can submit them with a question command, and you can do what Key No Man's Sky did here. If you use that question command and type your question out, it gets highlighted on the stream. Didn't hear your take on Blood Messenger trailer. In my opinion, this is how a game should be revealed. Wish Intergalactic was revealed this way. Probably would have a better reaction from gamers. I don't know why you're invoking Intergalactic. That doesn't seem to be comparable at all. Intergalactic was a very lengthy cinematic to establish like tone and environments. Hey, Tectone hit 1 million subs on YouTube. It just hit my feed. People have different, there's varying opinions about Tectone and Asmongold, but congrats to him. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Dude got banned on Twitch again, and just keeps getting banned by Twitch and then calling him out. And he just hit 1 million subs on YouTube. That's crazy. Great show as always. Thank you, Dynasty King. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. PlayStation might be taking over, Bungie, all of that. If you guys want us to make questions. So as far as the trailer for this game that you're talking about, right? Blood Messenger, okay? Or is it Blood Message? You said Blood Messenger. It's Blood Message. Okay, so you've got this Blood Message trailer is what you're saying. You're saying that you wish Intergalactic would have revealed itself this way. Okay, so let's just take a look at this trailer here. Just take a little peek here. Little on-the-fly reaction for you.
大唐还在的时候，丝路上的灯火从西域一直亮到长安，能点亮天上的星河。
大唐离我们太远了，神佛还会庇佑河西吗？
我是认真决定的，我还是想再试一次。
Do we know what engine this is in? This looks incredible. Do we know what engine this is in?
今日我们所流的血，是为了把大唐带回来。我们必须在破城之。
Yeah, I assumed UE5. Like, the hair and the faces are unbelievable. Everybody that's been demonizing UE5 and, like, propping up Decima, I love Decima as much as the next person. But UE5 is not come out full swing yet, and it's about to.
之前把宁带出来。一人一个。
Co-op, maybe? You guys think? Is this co-op? I'm just kidding around.
安宁，等着我。安宁，安宁，
阿爷，我将追随沙洲一举。
去长安，你这是让他们去送死！
I see so many good influences here. Like, I see influences from like Tsushima or like a Team Ninja game. I see influences from like God of War and Uncharted and even a little bit of Assassin's Creed. Like, this looks really good. Woo!
输赢成败，皆如沙上之塔，风来即散，为众生之苦，长漫于天地之间。
回家吧，这一切毫无意义。有人，天命所归，我才是大唐。到头来，除了
the moment-to-moment, like, free flow, target-to-target, really reminds me of what I love about Tsushima's combat. It really does. Dave with 45 months says, Morning Lono off topic, fellow Sono enjoyer. Have you had any luck with the Persona feature? It always seems to mess up my lyrics. That's what I use. I use the Persona feature regularly. I don't use the new experimental feature, though. The advanced one, I shut that off because it messes everything up.
没有我的帮助，你走不出这片沙漠。如果神不肯拯救我们的部族，那就让我来。
If this is great as long as it's this year or next year. If 2027 pops up, then this could all be totally simulated. We'll see.
是对信使，每个人都做好了有去无回的打算。
Next year? Okay, that's good. The dadgum music is so good. Blood Message coming to PC and consoles. Blood-message.com. So you guys are saying it's next year? It's next year, huh? Listen, I get why everybody kept bringing that game up. That looked incredible. I saw influences from all games that I enjoy. I saw hints of Uncharted, Assassin's Creed, Tsushima. I saw influences of even like Assassin's Creed. I don't know if they were showing us co-op gameplay. That might have just been like a companion that you're fighting like sneaky with. Dave, let me add you to the total. We're officially 9 away from the next milestone. A 10 bomb would steal it for either platform. It's 130 to 200. YouTube getting beat by Twitch today, but it's okay. There's still plenty of time. We are working on a really big one, okay? We don't do this often, but we will do a double header. A stream tonight is already happening, but a stream tomorrow night with Madam where she has to play Death Stranding 2 if we can get this to 1,000 like you guys did last week. So that's a big goal. You're getting a stream tonight no matter what, and then every extra 100 we are doing those songs. But a double header is on the line if you guys can do it. Both teams can participate, both Team Purple and Team Red. Got a question here from Perfect Image. How do you feel about games being deleted from PlayStation and other platforms where PC users embrace emulation to save games? I mean, obviously, I am in support of the stop killing games, movement to say that companies should not be able to remove games from your library or revoke your access. I think live service games require a little bit more nuance. I think some of the things that they're asking for in the stop killing games movement are not reasonable. Like, I don't think when a live service game launches, they can tell you when it's going to end. I think that's an unreasonable expectation. Nobody knows that. It could end in 18 months. It could end 8 years later. There's just no way to know. I think the idea that they have to hand over their potentially their proprietary coding and server infrastructure and information so that you can maintain the game on private servers after it goes end of life, I also think that's an unreasonable expectation. I was watching Asmongold react to this, and even he agrees with that, like, asking a company to hand over what is likely proprietary information that has maybe even delicate information about how they handle security and stuff, you can't just ask for that because, well, hey, I bought your game 4 years ago, you're turning the servers off, you have to give me the servers, or you have to give me the ability to set up my own server. I think those are where it gets a little bit unreasonable. I don't think anything else is unreasonable about it. The idea that, like, if you buy a game, they should not be able to shut it down via DRM, especially if it's single player. They should not be able to just revoke your access willy-nilly. Some of the TOSs are too broad. So I think for the most part, I agree with what they're trying to do. I don't think they should be able to just remove games from your library. I do think emulation and game preservation are noble efforts. I think your biggest challenge with game emulation and game preservation is that if it can't be monetized, most companies aren't going to give a rat's patootie about it. They're just going to be like, we don't care because we can't make any money off of it, right? So, Nova with 43 months says, guess I can help YouTube today. Do we call this a one bomb? That's a one bomb. Thank you so much. Bumping the line to 642. Yeah, guys, check your resubs. Hit that $. Even single gifteds go a long way. A little single train could get us very far. There's a lot of you here on both platforms. Thank you so much. Check your primes as well. A rat's patootie. Right, I'm fixed on Phantom Blade Zero. I want more info. Yeah, Phantom Blade Zero looks good. Blood Message looks good. If you like fast, frenetic combat with a blade, you know, we're going to be eating real good the next couple of years. So... Expedition 33 praises getting out of hand, says Eugene. There is nothing wrong with preferring another game over it. So much toxicity around praising of that game. Yeah, I've got a video about that I want to make. I don't appreciate how Expedition 33 is being weaponized. They're turning into sort of like this punitive condemnation of AAA games, and I just think that's a complete misuse of a good game. Celebrate the game. Stop using it as a weapon in your weird, fight. They didn't build that game for you to do that. They didn't build their game so it could be a baseball bat in your hand on YouTube and Twitter. Like, that's not why Expedition 33 exists. So it's such an egregious misuse of what was that? Why am I hearing sound? Why am I hearing Discord sounds? I have all that stuff muted. So annoying. Where do I go to turn this off? Sounds. Disable all notification sounds. Why do I have to do that on every place I install Discord? That should just be like a user level setting that goes with me everywhere. So annoying. One of the first things I do on any computer I get, I go into Windows, disable all sounds, and then all my apps, I have all the sounds disabled. My phone's always on silent. Like, I don't need a little chingering ever. I don't. Like, I'm it's very tilting. Like, leave me alone. The Discord notification sound was funny. Yeah, everybody thought it was their own Discord. They're like, huh? Especially when these people are using the argument against Final Fantasy, one of the games that had the biggest influence on Expedition 33. I'm going to wait a bit for the hype to die down before I finish Expedition 33. I don't want to be around all the toxic foolishness. One studio that's been completely quiet this whole generation so far, Media Molecule, their last game was Dreams back in 2020. We've not heard a single word from them. I feel like Media Molecule is the one that every time like downsizing comes up on Twitter, I see people literally saying, how is the studio still open? They haven't done anything. Aren't they doing like support role work for a lot of the studios now? Did they get shut down? I don't think they did. Or did they go through a downsize? They have not been shut down. They underwent layoffs, and they ended support for Dreams in April of 2023. They announced the end of the support for Dreams, with the final day being September the 1st of 2023. I thought I heard that they're currently working on a new original IP, indicating they're still actively developing games. I thought I read somewhere, I could be mistaken, I thought I read somewhere that they were like support role for a lot of the studios now or something. Have you tried any new games on your PC? I tried Horizon Forbidden West for like 5 minutes the other day. That's all I did. I streamed it. We were fiddling around with the capture card. I haven't done anything else with it. I'm just not, I don't PC game. I just don't ever want to be in here playing games, unless it's with you guys, but that's different. I mean, yeah. We bought a, we bought a rig with a, what's in it? What's in it? A 5070 Ti? Is that what's in it? I played 5 minutes of Forbidden West. That's fine. That poor PC. You bought a Husky and locked it in your basement. Yeah, I bought a workhorse, and I'm using it for like, it's like a coat rack. Anyways, it'll get used. Don't worry. At some point it'll get used. This console peasant. Oh my gosh. Oh my. That's funny. They stopped making new content for Dreams. They did not end support. Oh, I thought they were like. Well, wouldn't that be ending support as in like they're not going to be updating it and patching things and fixing things if anything gets discovered that's problematic? Should have paid the roofers with a gaming PC. Yeah. You bought a racehorse to walk your kid around the park? Pretty much. I mean, mainly it's a backup rig. If it was easier, I would probably stream from it. But then anytime I wanted to do anything on the PC, like gaming wise, it'd be a task to switch everything around. Unfortunately, I was out of town, so I couldn't respond in a timely manner. There are closed playtest emails that went out for this weekend, so it appears they are still trying to implement changes. Are you talking about Marathon, Executioner? What do you think about the arcade 1-up machines? Do you think that they could see Nintendo crossover one? I actually don't know much about those. So, are those like the standalone ones? Yeah, I don't know if you'll see Nintendo do anything with that. I feel like they reached out to me and wanted to send me one. I had to agree to like their thing. I think I forgot to do it. They're still updating and fixing things. They just aren't adding new development tools and content for the game. Oh. Okay. Bro bought a 5070 Ti GPU to play Blasphemous. I mean, I have games I could play, but I just don't want to. I don't like gaming on the PC. We literally bought it so that I have it if I need it. If like something comes out that we want to test or stream on PC, and we don't have to worry about it crashing because that rig was getting a little old. And also, I have a backup rig I can stream on that'll be able to do the dual streaming and the AV1 and all that. I meant to ask this way back at the beginning, but what do you have to say about reports from higher-ups at Bungie worried that the glowing Trials armor would hurt Eververse sales? None of that's surprising. I watched a handful of videos this morning about sort of the downfall of Bungie and sort of the history of people getting put in charge that are more corporate-minded, that are more profit-minded. It's not surprising that they would think in that way. I mean, historically speaking, a lot of people thought the microtransactions came from Activision, but we actually ended up finding out that it came from Bungie. So like Eververse and doing micros and cosmetics was not an Activision thing, it was a Bungie thing. I'm sure it looks nice, like a souped up new sports car that sits under a cover in the garage. For the most part. I love it. I love it. I think it's hilarious to me that like, if anybody ever comments and like wants to call me like a console peasant, I'm like, oh, that's great. Here's my PC rig that I could use if I wanted to. I just don't want to. I don't know that if that makes me a peasant, I guess that's okay. If that makes me a peasant, that's okay, I guess. I don't know. What's happening with Ubisoft and who's in control of AC Prince of Persia? They did like a weird protective move with Tencent. Yeah. Take a look at Twitter. Schreier with another bad take. And I enjoyed Avowed. What did he say? Do you have a handheld? I have the PlayStation Portal, which is not a handheld. It's an accessory for my Pro. It's a remote play device. I don't have an interest in a handheld. Let me see here. His tweets are protected. I'm already following him. Oh. Hang on. He dropped the worst take. All right, let's see what his take is. Let's see what his take is here. I appreciate Synth Potato. He's a mutual. He says, Jason Schreier just dropped the worst take of 2025. Claire Obscure over Avowed. He says, here's a hot take. I liked Avowed way more than Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Well, I think the problem with this is not a hot take. This is just his opinion. A hot take would him saying, I think Avowed is a better game or more deserving of Game of the Year, right? He's just saying that he enjoyed one game more than the other, right? I mean, that's fine. There are people that enjoy things that I would never spend a minute on, or like food, drink, everything, music. That's not a take. That's just him having crap taste. Yeah, he's not commenting on quality. He's not commenting on Game of the Year potential. He's just saying that I like the Avowed more than Claire Obscure Expedition 33. He's farming, but he said it on Blue Sky. Come on, boys. He doesn't even post on Twitter anymore. He said it on Blue Sky. What's he farming? What's he farming? The 50 people that follow him over there and interact with him. He said 83 likes on the Blue Sky post. Come on, boys. What's he farming? Exactly. He's gonna make all that money on Blue Sky. Let's look how much interaction it got. Here, let's just look. Let's look how much interaction it got. Let's see here. Here, I think I like the Avowed way more clearly. Oh, 401 likes. Holy mackerel. This thing went viral on Blue Sky. 36 reposts. Whoa, 13 reposts. Wow, 128 comments. He's burning the world down with that hot take, boys. He just, listen, I think what he's saying is ridiculous. I don't know how anybody could come to that conclusion, but, you know, everybody's different, man. Like, you know, that's what prompted your comments. Oh, that people are really upset that he said that because it's like, yeah, the worship of Expedition 33. Yeah, like, listen, I think it's totally fine for somebody to be like, hey, I know this is going to be a shock to everybody's system, but like, you know, there are going to be people, there are going to be gamers that roll credits on 2025 and they're going to say that Assassin's Creed Shadows was their favorite game. And people are going to be like, duh, like, I can't believe that. What do you mean? Everybody's different. That's fine. Like, I'm going to end this year, and it's going to be like a three-way tie. I bet. It's going to be like a three-way tie between Yote, Death Stranding 2, and Expedition 33. And you know what? There are going to be a ton of people who are like, I didn't like any of those games. And my response is, oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can like other things. You can roll credits on 2025, and your favorite games could be Avowed and Assassin's Creed Shadows and Blueprints. I mean, you can be all over the place. That's fine to me. I think that's totally fine. I don't even think, like, I know he said, here's a hot take. It's not a hot take. It's just your opinion, bro. It's just your opinion. What do you think about Sony recently licensing their IPs with companies like Bandai, with IPs like Everybody Golfs and Freedom Wars? Do you think they're going to do it more? I don't know. They could be combing through IP that they feel like is worth a revisit, but they don't want to task any of their studios with it. Here's a hot take. I like some things better than other things. Don't at me. I don't understand the Xbox launching Steam games hype. Yeah, I don't understand that either. I don't understand. People are like, hey, I can open this game on this handheld gaming device that I could open 6 months ago, but now I can do it with an extra step. It's like, okay, I don't... And? Like, I didn't understand it. And then they just started saying stuff that wasn't true. And I was like, that's not a console. That's not an Xbox console. It's a gaming, it's a Windows 11 gaming handheld or a gaming PC or a handheld gaming device. Like, the amount of people that replied to my tweet and they're like, you guys are all upset about this and in your feels. And I'm like, huh? What? Nobody's in their feels about this. I mean, maybe the people that are upset and replying to me are, but I'm not in my feels about this. There's like 6 million handhelds globally sold, and you can play a PC game on a device that you could play on the device before. What? I genuinely am. I'm baffled. I am truly baffled at why people think it's a big deal. I'm sorry. To me, it's comical. It's not. They think that people are upset. They think people are upset, which I think is kind of adorable. I'm like, no one's upset. You could do this 6 months ago. You could grab an Asus ROG Ally X, and you could open up a PlayStation PC game in Steam. And now you can do it with a different launcher. You're still opening the game from your Steam library. I'm sorry. We covered the handheld one time. We've covered the handheld one time. And it was such not an interesting conversation. We haven't talked about it since. We're like, yeah, that was pretty much it. That was it. That was the story. That was the story. It's like, okay, they're launching a handheld with Asus. All right. Yeah, okay. This is the future. I don't know what it's the future of. It's something you've been able to do for a while. I am genuinely confused by the whole thing. It's an Xbox console because Xbox said it is the argument, I guess. But that would mean so is your TV, and that would mean so is your cell phone and your tablet. And so to me, there's nothing, like, I don't think there's anything like game changing about, they told us that like everything was going to be an Xbox, like you'd be able to access games like that, you know, through these efforts, this I've always called it like a cascade of access points. So you've got this cascade of access points, you can open your games. And so being able to open an Xbox app and then open a game that you own in Steam, like, I really truly don't understand why they think that's such a big deal. I'm like, well, you haven't changed anything. You still own the game in Steam. You're still opening it on what is essentially a PC. It's not an Xbox console. That's what they were trying to argue, was that, well, you know, everybody's been saying you're not going to be able to do this on an Xbox console. And it's like, we don't have a test case for that yet. We don't. Now, we could have a test case for that in 2 years. You could have a test case for that in 2 years where there's an Xbox console, PC hybrid, whatever this thing ends up being, we don't know. But let's say it comes to the market and either like Asus makes it, or maybe Xbox makes it, or maybe it's a co-engineered project, right? and you open up that app, and you can open up your Steam games, and you can open up like Miles Morales, okay? To me, if that's possible, I don't think it's that big of a deal, because that's just somebody accessing their PC library on what amounts to a PC. Now, PlayStation may not be okay with that. They may step in and say, now, hang on a minute, we're not okay with that. We don't consider that to be a PC. We consider that to be a console. And so we don't want that to happen. I think they could do it. I think they will care, because I think it is a disruption of their strategy for that to be possible. But I also think if PlayStation shrugs that off and says, we don't really care, I don't think that's the W that people think that it is, because that basically means PlayStation sees zero threat from the device. Like, I don't think they're going to try to block it on the Xbox ROG Ally X. I don't think they're going to try to. I don't think they care. It'll be like, who cares? It's just a handheld gaming device that can play games that you purchase through Steam. We're not going to stop anybody from doing that. I don't think they see that as a potential threat. The console hybrid, maybe. They can't? Oh no, they most certainly can. They can block entire regions from playing their games, homie. They could easily block a piece of hardware from playing it. That is well within their right. I mean, even Windows Central reported on this and said that they could if they wanted to. I don't think they're going to care about doing it on like the Xbox Ally X that's coming. I don't think they're going to care about blocking that. I've only said that if there's like a console PC hybrid in like 2027, I could see PlayStation saying that runs contrary to our strategy. We did not agree to that. When they entered into the agreement with Steam, they would argue that that's a completely new entity, and we would like that to be hardware blocked. They have the power to do that. So the question is, would they care? I do not care. I celebrated Returnal and Tsushima coming to Steam. I was glad that more people got to play it. I was in support of Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox in the early days, because I was like, it's a live service game that'll expand your player footprint. I always stop there and say, I don't think the business strategy is there to warrant a Helldivers port to Xbox. If you were trying to grow the Helldivers user base, you would be trying to come up with the PlayStation 4 port, because there's more people playing on PlayStation 4 than the Xbox consoles. There's like 60 million people still turning on their PlayStation 4s. There's 30-something million Xbox Series consoles in circulation. And then you'd have to make a version for the Series S. Once you start having to make a version for the Series S and you're cutting out maybe some of the lighting or things like that, you might as well just build something for PS4. I don't think PlayStation wants to do that. I don't think they want to look backwards. Yeah, or maybe a Switch 2 port. Exactly, Nightfire. So I've always said, I don't care, but I think PlayStation might, and this is how I think that they would approach it. We'll have to wait and see. If you're able to do it, I don't think that's a big concern for really anybody, because these are games that have been out for a long time. They're games that get ported later. I don't think it's a threat. I don't think it's a problem. If tomorrow you start playing PlayStation games on an Asus ROG Ally and you think you're getting one over on PlayStation fans, I mean, I guess more power to you. I mean, I'm playing on a PlayStation 5 Pro at what is the strongest console in the market, and I'm playing at a significantly higher fidelity than you and performance than you. I'm playing the game, like Death Stranding 2 as an example. If a year and a half from now you're playing Death Stranding 2 on a PC handheld, and you think it's some kind of a win that you opened it with a different launcher, I feel like we care about different things. I just don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me. I'm here for games. I'm not here for how I open them. You know what I mean? Like right now, if you could do that with the Xbox app on a PC, it's the same thing. It wouldn't change anything. You would be opening Horizon Forbidden West through a separate application, but it's still something that you purchased through Steam. The revenue split is with Steam. The player activity is credited to Steam. I just don't. To me, it's a sign of how bad gaming journalism has become when we have people basically saying things that are false. And to me, that's just another reason to support independent coverage of either YouTubers or people on Patreon or podcasts or something other than folks who I don't feel like you can trust what they're saying now. It's like you're literally saying something that isn't true, and then this is the gaslighting aspect of it. So this, I knew when I replied to this last night, I knew what was going to happen, right? It's not hard to predict what's going to happen, okay? So this is sort of the gaslighting strategy that I've sort of observed the past couple of years. You say something false, and then when you get corrected on the falsehood, you project onto those people that they're mad, that they're upset, and that they're console warring. You don't address the fact that you have said something false. You don't defend your false claim. You commit the ad hominem fallacy of attacking the person who is pointing out, hey, what you said's not factually accurate. Well, I don't know why you're so angry about this. I don't know why you're console warring. Wait, what are you talking about? No one's console warring. You said something that isn't true. You have been corrected on that falsehood, and now you're committing an argumentative fallacy of saying, oh, well, you're console warring and you're really upset. That's just very manipulative. That's gaslighting. It's dishonest. I don't have any respect for it. And if that's upsetting for people for me to say, it's like, gee, I wonder why when I said there was astroturfing going on, I wonder why that got such a strong reaction. I wonder why. A lot of hit dogs were barking that weekend when I sent that tweet out. A lot of hit dogs were barking. It's like, you're saying things that aren't true. I don't. Lying is a dishonorable thing to do. You're just saying things that aren't true, and then when people factually correct you, you say that they're console warring. Huh? You also predicted a smear campaign for exclusives? Yes, I did. The day that Phil Spencer said what he said about Helldivers 2, I said that's a dog whistle. He just blew the dog whistle, so all of his loyalists are going to start to condemn exclusivity, and they have, and they've all gone on that side of things. I don't know. You're making that new Discord servers of theirs blow up? I don't, like, to me, I'm not even being like fire and brimstone about this. I'm not being emotional about this. I'm being very flat and factual about this. Saying something false, getting corrected, and then saying, oh, you're just console warring, that's manipulative. That's gaslighting. It's dishonest. That's what it is. There's nothing else to call it. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I don't. I've said things and been corrected before. And I don't turn around and say, oh, you're console warring. I'm like, oh, yeah, I was misinformed about that. Sorry, I got that thing wrong. Or if I make a bad prediction, I'll own it. I'm like, oh, I got that wrong. I was wrong about, Kill the Justice League. I was wrong about other predictions I made about games. I was like, I've owned that when that happens. And a lot of that's different, though. Making a prediction is different than, like, factually misrepresenting something. Like saying, oh, well, this proves you can play PlayStation games on an Xbox console. No, it doesn't. You've not displayed that or shown that. That's not true. Crispy Bogot with 45 months in VIP. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Downloading Death Stranding 2, ready to lock in for the weekend. Thank you so much. So to me, I'm the handheld thing. To me, it's comical at first, but then it becomes sort of sad. It's like, well, so now what's going to happen is, this is sort of the cycle that this creates. You have somebody that is viewed in a way that is like, oh, this person's trustworthy or respectable, and they've got this platform, and they're claiming that you can play PlayStation games on an Xbox console. Okay, that's a false claim. That is untrue. Okay, and so that will be circulated. That becomes headcanon for people that think, oh, that's true. I saw the screenshots. I saw the pictures. You can totally do it, right? They'll go around into the social spaces and the YouTube chats and the YouTube comments, and they'll say those things. And then if you're like me and you're like, well, hang on a minute, that's not true, and you correct it, you are then accused of being whatever it is that they think that you're being. Biased. There's a lot of ways of looking at this, right? They might think that you're biased. They might think that you don't like Xbox or that you're, a pony or whatever. So there's a variety of ways for them to sort of interpret what you're saying. But all you're really saying is, now hang on a minute, that's not true. Like, you could be hyper loyal to PC or Nintendo, and you could say, well, wait, hang on a minute. I have that device. I have that handheld. You're not proving that you can play PlayStation games on an Xbox console. You merely used an application to open a game that you already own in Steam. I'm just speaking in facts here. I'm not speaking in opinion. These are just facts. So it doesn't really matter, where your loyalty lies. If you speak in facts about this, you would not be saying the things that were being said on social media yesterday. You wouldn't. And the reason that it works on social media is you are farming correction and frustration from people who don't appreciate the dishonesty, so it drives your impressions, okay? So essentially what you're doing is you're willfully saying something that you know is untrue in order to drive engagement, which then helps you make more money. I would consider that to be pretty unethical. And I would even say it's probably pretty close to immoral as well. Like, you're crossing significant lines. You're not just saying, well, this is my opinion. I think this will lead to more of this in the future. I think this will lead to an Xbox console where I can play PlayStation games. That's totally fine. That's just making a prediction. Misrepresenting it, creating falsehood and false narratives in order to promote your reach, your footprint, and therefore your money, I would say that's unethical and immoral. You are being dishonest in order to make money. You're trying to actually your way out of just admitting you were wrong. What am I wrong about? They are not loading up. They are currently not loading up PlayStation games on an Xbox console. That simply is untrue. The Xbox ROG Ally X is a handheld Windows gaming device that's been in the market for a long time. It allows you to play your Steam games. That's all they're doing. They're opening a game that they bought in Steam. They're not suddenly playing a PlayStation game on an Xbox console. Now, that doesn't mean that's not possible. In 2027, you could totally do it. That could totally be a reality, that you can buy an Xbox console hybrid that lets you play PlayStation games. I'm not saying it'll never happen. I'm saying in the present moment, it has not been displayed that that is possible. It is dishonest to claim that it is possible, because all you're doing is loading up a Steam game on a handheld Windows device. That's all you're doing. If you think what I'm saying is false, then you have to falsify what I'm saying. You're saying that I'm projecting and that I can't admit that I'm wrong. I need you to point out where I'm in error, because all I've ever said for the last 10 or 15 minutes on this, I've only spoken in facts about this. I have not said anything that is untrue. There's like 4 devices that have been able to do this for 3 or 4 years now. Yeah, this is not a new development. This is not a new development that you can buy a Windows 11 gaming device or a handheld PC gaming. Have I not moved my mouse in that long on my PC? Oh my gosh, I hadn't touched the mouse on the gaming rig. The screen shut off. You submit a question? Okay, let me get to it. How come I haven't heard anything about the Bungie Town Hall stuff? It'll get out eventually. He has sources. Yeah, I do. And these town halls have taken place, and what was discussed will eventually become more known. You just have to give it time for it to circulate. So this is the question from Citizen JV. Do you think PlayStation will block their games on the Steam integration on the hybrid console? I could see them say that's contrary to our business strategy, because when you tell your shareholders, they just recently doubled down on this to the shareholders. PlayStation reiterated that, we bring our tentpole games later in the hopes that those people, might come buy a PlayStation. If they determine that this device is a disruption of that strategy, because their shareholders are probably going to ask, okay? I could envision a world where Xbox announces this console hybrid, whatever they call it. I've always thought they would call it the Xbox, and their marketing slogan would be, it's more than a console, right? Those 3 words will just be blazoned on the screen, right? More than a console. Bungie Town Hall? No, PlayStation Town Hall stuff, sorry. So that's what I've kind of predicted they're going to do. So let's imagine that happens. Xbox announces the console PC hybrid. That would likely come up in an earnings call with PlayStation. They would say, hey, Xbox just launched this device that will be able to play Steam games. They're calling it a console PC hybrid or something. They could ask Herman Holst, what are we doing about that? How does that fit into our strategy? Herman could have one of 2 responses. He could say, we don't find this to be a disruption of our strategy. That device is not in competition with the PlayStation 5, the PlayStation 5 Pro, or the PlayStation 6 forthcoming. We don't view that as a competitive device. We see that as an extension of the additive market of PC. He could totally have a response like that and be like, we're not really worried. Okay? So that could be a result. He could also say, we view that as a device that is too similar to what the PlayStation offers, and we are in conversations with Steam about not allowing PlayStation ported games to work on the device. We are going to be doing some form of a hardware block. They have a right to do that. They are in charge of where the game lands. There's Ginger Prime was in here saying that would lead to a lawsuit. There's no lawsuit here. As the publisher, you can determine where the game is playable. You can block entire regions of the world from playing your game. PlayStation did that for a while, and they've been removing some of those region locks. Okay, so those are your 2 potential responses from PlayStation. You don't see Steam blocking. It's not up to Steam. This is in a frequently asked questions on Steam. The publisher gets to determine whether or not something is blocked in different ways or different regions. It's not up to Steam at all. It's not their call. It's the publisher's call. This is in their terms of service. So PlayStation could respond one of 2 ways. I'm leaning toward, this is just my prediction, this is just my opinion, I do not care. I think PlayStation says, that's a disruption to our strategy. That device is too close to what we're trying to do. We are offering a high-level, high-performant console for the living room. It's not a PC. That thing is in a similar hemisphere of what we're doing, and we do not want our games to be playable on it. It's an Xbox, right? Like, they didn't bring the Lego Horizon game to Xbox. Like, that's the degree to which they don't put their stuff on Xbox. So that's just my prediction. It doesn't matter to me. There are really, really hardcore PlayStation fans that do not like the games going to PC. I celebrated the games going to PC. These guys, some of these hardcore guys, they celebrated when The Last of Us Part 1 was a bad port. And they were like thumbing their nose at the PC guys. I'm like, that's a stupid thing to do. Why would you do that? That's a good piece of property, right? So I was excited when Returnal and Tsushima landed on PC. I would be excited for a bunch of Xbox consumers to suddenly be like, oh my gosh, I can play Ghost of Tsushima or Returnal on my Xbox through Steam with an Xbox controller. I would be excited about that. I'd be like, oh, I want to know what you think. What do you think about those games? I've been singing those games' praises for a really long time. Here's the catch-22 that a lot of these really hardcore Xbox guys, here's the catch-22 they're going to find themselves caught in. And this is why I actually want it to happen. I'm gonna put my cards on the table. I'm going to be a little transparent with you. I want it to happen. I want you to be able to buy an Xbox console PC hybrid and play PlayStation games on it. Do you want to know why? Because then they're going to be stuck. They either have to buy the games, which gives money to PlayStation and not Xbox. It gives money to PlayStation and Steam. None of that goes to Xbox. So they support PlayStation. They support a studio that I like, and they have to admit that these games are good after crapping on them for years. I mean, I'm putting my cards on the table. I want it to happen. I do. It doesn't do anything to me. If anything, it's more revenue to studios and IPs that I enjoy. And then people that postured and acted foolish and buffoonery for the last couple of years, calling all the games boring, stupid, dumb movie games. Oh, they're all the same? Yeah. Okay. Get Tsushima, get Returnal, and then admit that you were wrong and that these are great games. That, to me, that puts a smile on my face. When a good game is purchased and celebrated, that to me is a win. It's like, oh, yeah, Tsushima is a really good game. It's nothing like these other games that I consistently said it was just like, So to me, it's actually a win if the games are purchasable and playable on the Xbox, because really good games will be purchased and celebrated, and that's good for those studios. That's good for that IP. I thought it was good for Death Stranding 1 to suddenly be on Xbox and to have a bunch of people suddenly saying, oh, this is a great game. People who called it a walking simulator were suddenly saying, oh my gosh, this is actually a really good game. Yeah, it's funny how when you're not motivated to hate on something because of who owns the property, that it's suddenly a good game. Like, I had no problem saying Indiana Jones was a great game. It just wasn't for me, right? Because I don't care who makes it. I had no problem saying South of Midnight was a good game. They need to fix the combat, but I was like, yeah, this is a good game. This is far better than people were giving it credit for. It's a very good-looking game, right? I don't care who owns it. Like, why does that matter to me? Is it a good game is always the question I'm going to ask. I disagree. I'm under the impression that the Xbox is going to be as much of an Xbox as a ROG Ally. So if it's a PC, it fits into Sony's strategy like PC does. It'll still be delayed. Right, Zubair. I have two things going on here. I think PlayStation views it as a disruption of their strategy. If it lands and it's basically a PC, I could end up being wrong and they say, no, we don't care. I personally want you to be able to buy Tsushima on this Xbox PC hybrid. I want you to be able to do it. I do. Because then you get to come have a fun conversation with me and say, Lono, I see why you love this game so much. You're going to buy Returnal and you're going to come to me and you're going to go, Lono, I see why you love Returnal. I see it. It's a great game. You can go watch my video right now, Returnal in 2025, Returnal gameplay in 2025. I've got tips in the open of how to experience the progression, of how to experience your progress in that game, because many people didn't realize they were making progress even though they were dying. And going back to the beginning, you can go watch my Returnal video, and you can have a really good time. That, to me, is worth celebrating. That won't be upsetting to me at all. They will say, Lono, I can't believe I actually bought a game. Stop it. I want good games to be purchased, to make a ton of money, and for those companies to continue to make those good games. And if a game lands on an Xbox console hybrid and it funnels more money to the studio and it makes that game, have a bigger footprint and reach, I would celebrate that. I would have zero problem with that. It's why when the conversation about Helldivers came up, I always said, yeah, that'd be great if Helldivers went to Xbox. That would be cool. I would worry about, bandwidth, because they've had to support 2 new versions of the game. Anytime they push out a patch or quality of life updates or quality assurance, they'd have more work to do. That's not ideal, but you'd have more people playing. That would mean potentially more cash flow coming in to then justify that. Yeah, we need more divers, exactly. Like, since the beginning, I've said that about Helldivers. Since a lot of these conversations have come up, I've always been in support of the games going to more places. I've always argued the business side of things of like, I don't think PlayStation is going to do that. Like when people were arguing that, oh, PlayStation's going to start putting their games on PC day and date. I said, I don't think so. They seem to be signaling a very different business strategy. So again, I'm stepping into a very different lane when I say that. I'm not saying whether or not I care. Now, I actually would care about, let's take Ghost of Yotei, for example. If Ghost of Yotei was landing on PlayStation 5 and PC at the same time, I would be concerned about quality. I would. Because we know when they drill down just for the PS5 and the Pro, we're going to get an absolute banger of a game. If they suddenly have to include parallel development for PC, I always worry that that's a threat to quality, because we've seen that pattern, meted out in the gaming market, that when you add more moving parts, you add more platforms, it increases the likelihood of problems. The problem with this discussion is that the Xbox fans are playing mental gymnastics to try to maintain their platform allegiance while simultaneously working to destroy the concept of the platform. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that. I'm not really interested in framing things in that way. Like, if you're super loyal to Xbox and you think buying an Asus ROG Ally X with an Xbox button on it and opening a game that you bought in Steam that gave money to Steam and PlayStation, if you think that's some kind of a win, more power to you. You go, girl. I don't have anything else to say to that. It doesn't affect me in any way. The only reason I said what I said on Twitter is because I saw, Destin Legary was saying something that was untrue. And I was like, what you're saying is not true. I don't care. Like, I don't care one way or another. It doesn't affect my ability to play and enjoy my games. Like, I sent that tweet and then I played Death Stranding 2 for an hour. Like, I was like, I don't think people realize how nonplussed a lot of us are about this. It's like, why does it matter? I care about truth, but I don't care about where a game is playable. I care about the quality of the game when it comes out because I believe that value transmission with the consumer has to stay healthy, especially with rising costs. If costs are going to go up, then you have to ensure that a quality product is delivered. You can't be charging $70, or in some of these cases with Xbox, $80, if you're not delivering a quality product, because then you're going to break that value transmission relationship with the consumer, and now you're in a bad situation where you're not going to be making enough money, and that's when you see, studios either shutting down or laying people off, or franchises kind of disappearing. So we want those relationships to be maintained. Stonespire is going to make this really easy on you guys to get it to 650. We've stalled out a little bit. He's going to do a single to 654. Somebody get ready with a 5-bomb. Let's restoke the fires. Twitch, don't forget, I'm running a 35% discount on members right now. If you gift, if you re-up, if you decide to sub brand new, that'll give you a bit of a discount there. And we are now a 5-bomb away from the next milestone where I will owe your platform 5 members, excuse me. I believe I will owe YouTube 10 at that point. We are trying to hit a very big stretch goal. You guys are probably going to need the big dogs and the champs to come out of the ring, to come out of the shadows to make it happen. We're going to do a double header if we can get that to 1,000. We're currently on our way to 700. I think it's possible. That's only about 150 from each platform. That's very doable. You guys went crazy already today. But you'll get a stream tonight and a stream tomorrow night. Right now, we are streaming tonight. I'll be hanging out with y'all. We'll be playing the game on Steam called Peak, if you guys want to get that and join the community game night tonight. First party, third exclusive, that stuff doesn't matter, says Mr. Chosen. As long as a video game is fun to play and has replayability, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think if you just start focusing on the games and not all this stuff in the periphery, it does really, I think, change your outlook on things. I was going to make a MASH as a drug lord joke, but I realized I don't know what you call a location from which drugs are distributed. Is it like a drug warehouse? I don't know. You guys have crushed it this week, and he's been kind of MIA. So Pathalon's been here. But yeah. It's possible. It's in the cards. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. We are trying something different today. We're going to stream for a much longer period of time in the public. And then we will end up hanging out with Hilly and playing some Death Stranding 2 for members. So that's a great reason to become a member and to be supporting the channel directly. Do you think Sony has a good chance of success when they release their next handheld based off the rumors, especially in the Japanese game market, considering it leans towards handheld gaming? My biggest thought there, Mr. Cheese, is it's going to have to be able to run PS5 games at a reasonable, fidelity and performance. I don't want to buy a 30 FPS device. Now, I could be in the minority here. Maybe there are people that are going to see it differently, and they're like, no, I'm happy to buy a handheld and I'm okay with 30. You know what I mean? I don't know if the market's going to be receptive to it. I would imagine you're going to need the thing to be 60. How deep into Death Stranding are you? I just destroyed a signal boosting thing and turned music into a guy with a guitar. I'm being super generic. That's the most recent thing that I've done. I don't think I'm very far at all. Could we get 14 more likes on the video? You guys are crushing it today. We have almost 400 likes. And anybody dropping a 5-bomb right now for your platform, I will gift that platform 5. We are right on the cusp of another milestone. Thank you, Spire, for setting that up. It's just going to dangle there, it seems. We will see if anybody takes the bait. What a lot of the bleed green people on Twitter and YouTube don't get is this stuff doesn't matter. Most of us are too busy playing the games. I'm too busy getting into Street Fighter. Yeah, I just don't really feel like getting into it anymore. Like, I'm just going to speak very factually and calmly about it. I don't think it's worth... I would get very irritated and very emotional and very triggered by all of it because I don't like when people are saying things that aren't true and dishonest. But now I'm just kind of like, you know what? No, let's just kind of factually dismiss it all as silly. It's like, you're just not saying things that are true. So there's no reason to take it seriously. We got a question from Perfect Image about this. Why would I need an Xbox app to toggle Steam where I have downloaded already separately? Okay, so the idea here is that if you are an Xbox guy and you want to interact with the Xbox ecosystem, that's what it's doing. It's putting all of your games in one place. So what you would do on this device is you would have your libraries just there. So you'd have your Xbox Play Anywhere games and you'd have your Steam games all in one location in that sort of Xbox UI. It's not designed for somebody who primarily engages with Steam. Like, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't be like, 98% of the time I'm interacting with Steam and my Steam library. Well, you would just continue to use that. You wouldn't use this app, this Xbox app, like a shell basically, to house your aggregated library. You wouldn't do that. So it's designed for somebody who is got this sort of investment and sunk cost into Xbox, and they have a library, and then they also have a Steam library. And then so they're just there in both places. That's kind of the point of it. That's why I don't think the device is going to be that high in demand, because that's not a very big group of people. Like, an Xbox branded handheld isn't going to appeal to people who already have a handheld. It's not going to appeal to people who currently don't have one and aren't really interested in one. It's only going to appeal to people who are interested in having another access point for Xbox, like the Play Anywhere games, Game Pass. And we know that's not a huge group of people. They're the smallest group. They have the smallest footprint. Xbox is in third place by a pretty significant margin. That margin continues to grow as Nintendo and PlayStation continue to, arguably dominate. So you're talking about a slice of a slice. So there's only a slice of the gaming market that's really going to care about this thing because they're so heavily invested in Xbox, right? And then there's only going to be a slice of those people that care because they have to want a handheld, right? So, like, here is the entire gaming market. If you're hardcore Nintendo, PlayStation, or PC, a ROG Ally X with an Xbox button on it isn't doing it for you. You might already have a handheld. If you don't, you're probably not interested in one. If you are suddenly interested in one, I don't think the Xbox button or this Xbox ecosystem is going to sell you. I think the people primarily that will be interested in this thing is this small slice over here of those who have been with Xbox for a while and they still want to stay with Xbox, and they like the idea of having a handheld with the Xbox infrastructure, ecosystem, software, UI, whatever you want to call it, and then it sort of unifies their library. So when people are saying like, oh, this is the future, or oh, this is marking the end of exclusivity, I don't agree with that take at all. I don't see this as a sign of significant change because these products have been in the market for a while. Like globally, these gaming handhelds have got saturation of maybe 6 million compared to, PlayStation 5's on its way to matching PS4, which means you're going to have over 100 million of those. The Switch 2 is on pace to surpass Switch 1, which means it's on pace to have over 150 million or 140 million in circulation. You're talking about hundreds of millions of devices versus single-digit 6 million saturation devices. Like, this is not a game changer. This is not disruptive. It's not market disruptive. This is kind of a nothing burger. It's just it's a device that's already been in the market for a while, suddenly having a new UI application on it. Listening while studying, as I realized I could. I want one as I can play my Steam games and Game Pass games on one device. Right. And I would say, Chris, I would say you're probably a pretty small slice of the market. I don't think this thing is going to be in great demand. Like if they sell 1 million of the Asus ROG Ally X, like the Xbox, but not the Xbox branded Asus, if they sell 1 million of these, I'll be kind of surprised. I don't think there's going to be great demand for it. I also think the timeliness of it's not great because they are doing so poor with hardware. I think a lot of the gamers that this would have appealed to a couple of years ago have very much fallen off with Xbox, and they've said, I'm done. I don't want your hardware. I'm not loyal to you any longer. And they're sort of taking their ball and playing somewhere else. A lot of them have switched to PC. A lot of them have switched to PlayStation. And so I do think that's also going to hurt the demand for this. That, like, hardware confidence in Xbox is sort of at an all-time low. And I talk to people who aren't even in the gaming worlds that we are, and even they are like, what's Xbox doing over there? Like, even they have sort of picked up on the fact that the platform has gone through a bit of a significant change, and consumer confidence in the brand and the hardware is probably the lowest that it's ever been. That's why I feel like a lot of what's happening on socials is compensation. It's astroturfing. Like, it's this overcompensated sort of, oh, this is it. This is the future. This is the next big thing. Because confidence in their hardware, I don't think it could be lower. And I think they're trying to combat that with the people who are allegiant and will say the things they want them to say. Now, whether or not that's a form of genuine astroturfing where they're paid, I'm not claiming that. I definitely think there's an element of maintaining access, staying good with the brand, and running their marketing talking points, because the consumer and the public, the consumer confidence in Xbox hardware is got to be at the lowest point that it's ever been. They're pulling out of markets. Their hardware is becoming harder and harder to find in certain markets. They're shutting down operations in certain markets, is what we're hearing. You couldn't have a worst time for people to be like, yay, Xbox hardware. So they're putting the PR machine pedal all the way to the ground. It's all the way to the ground. And I told you guys in the wake of that Sarah Bond, debut, where I said, she said like Windows is going to be the number one gaming platform. And she said, you'll be able to play games all across your library, all across your Xbox library, and how the average person was going to interpret that in a wrong way. I said, this is the beginning. Remember, I told you guys, they say something that is technically true in order to give a false impression. And now we're seeing that spin machine in full swing with people who typically run PR for Xbox. They're saying things that are misleading in order to create a mirage of hype and confidence in Xbox hardware. That's my take. I'm trying not to be scathing and I'm trying not to be nasty about this, but my personal take is that the ripple effect from her, in my opinion, I think what she said was misleading. I think Phil and her have been being misleading for a while. I think the ripple effect of that is those that are very loyal and willing to do PR for them are also now being misleading for Xbox. And it's because it's reactionary. They're reacting to the very, very observable lack of confidence, the lack of consumer confidence in Xbox hardware is so potent and so visible. This is a reaction to that. It's such an overcompensation. It is such an overcompensation. It kind of feels like when you have celebrities suddenly getting tons of money to try to help a situation, let the hearer understand. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like a whole lot of smoke. It feels like a whole lot of nothing. That's what it feels like to me. A $5 super chat from Dark Taco. He hits the goal. That means I owe you guys a member. I know we aren't privy to the manufacturing logistics, but do you think Xbox will loss lead the ROG Ally X if possible? No, because it's Asus. Asus isn't going to want to loss lead it. If they loss lead it, then Xbox is going to have to subsidize the loss by writing a really fat check to Asus, and I don't think they're going to do that. I could be wrong. I don't think they're going to loss lead this thing. I think it's going to be $800 to $900, which I think will also affect demand for the product. I think that's going to be another factor here. I do. So, all right. I owe you guys a member. I actually owe you 6 on YouTube. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pay ahead. I'm going to pay 10. I'm going to do 10 right now. I trust you guys to get this to 650, and I'll owe you more. If if Purple steals it, so be it. If Purple steals the next milestone of 650, so be it. But I'm trusting that YouTube will hit it. This question from Hotshot: does the Xbox PC app offer anything more or better than Steam? I don't think it's trying to position itself as being more or better than Steam. I think what it's doing is it's offering you an opportunity to have your Xbox experience and your Xbox games, your Play Anywhere, your Game Pass, all of that on a device alongside of any purchases you've made in Steam. So again, I think that's a good value to the people that speaks to. But as you've noticed, both of the chats are dead right now. Do you want to know why? Nobody has a strong opinion about this because it's a big non-starter. Like, everybody that's lurking and listening right now, chime in. Chime in and say whether or not you're interested in the handheld as a subject and the handheld as a device. Like, we started talking about this, and chat just goes completely flat. When I covered it, when we covered it a couple of weeks ago or whatever, we got such low engagement in the chat on both YouTube and Purple because nobody's interested in it. It's a total non-starter. Not nobody, a very small amount, a minority. The topic's cold. It is, Raijin. It is. And obviously, I'm not being explosive and like animated like I typically do, and I'm being very intentional about that because I just don't think. Did I lose my combined chat? I did. YouTube has been talking this entire dadgum time. Dadgummit. YouTube, you can start to chime in again. I wasn't seeing YouTube's chat for I don't know how long. Eugene said it's proof that social media isn't reality. JC says no interest, lurking here. I don't care. I thought chat went completely dead on me, but the reality was my combined chat app had died. I'm going to have to start positioning this so I can see when that happens. I'm going to have to leave a little gap in between my browser and OBS. So when that circle turns yellow, I'll see that I wasn't getting my YouTube chat. I'm using an application that allows me to see both chats at once. I can't show it to you. I'm not allowed to do that. But YouTube wasn't saying anything, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I guess, and that was kind of what it was like anyway. And Karnak Ren actually does steal it. YouTube, how dare you let him do that? How dare you? I now owe them 5. I paid extra, and I gave you an advance, YouTube. And you did me dirty. How are you gonna let Purple win the day? Where's Mash, Pathalon, Behemoth, Online MVP, Ghost in the Garage? Where are the big dogs? You guys need to answer back, YouTube. Purple's kicking the snot out of you today. Yeah, got a 70 lead. What's going on? All right, hang on. I really wanted you guys to make Madam play Death Stranding tomorrow night. and I don't know if we're going to be able to rally here. We need 350. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. I gave Twitch a discount, and they really went wild. Sadly, I can't do that for you guys on YouTube. I can't do it. All right, I just paid Twitch what I owed. All right, here's what we're going to do. I am going to have to take a really, really quick break, but let's throw up that trailer. If you guys missed it, we watched this trailer earlier, and I'd be happy to let you guys see it again. Oh, actually, let's you guys can watch this. If you haven't seen this yet, there is a Resident Evil 9 rundown of gameplay. So check this out while I take a brief break. I'm so sorry that it did that. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That's obnoxious that the video did that. Hopefully nobody needs to change it. And a 20 bomb comes in from Behemoth. He said, "Are my ears ringing?" There it is. That's what I like to see. Let's have a fight here. 154, 671. Jiminy Christmas. All right. Hold off on the fight. Hold off on the fight.
開発のコンセプトは病みつきになる恐怖というのを掲げてます。恐怖を乗り越えるね、気持ちよさ、そこのカタルシスってやっぱこう脳汁が出るんですよね。それ自体がもっとやりたい、遊びたいっていう中毒性を生む。そこに徹底的にフォーカスしてみたら怖いけどゲームとしても楽しい、そういうのが作れるんじゃないかなっていうのがテクゲームの出発点でした。
バイオハザードレクイエムは、シングルプレイかつ、オフラインのゲームとなっています。バイオハザードで一番重要なのは恐怖体験だと思うんですけれども、今作においてはその恐怖体験っていうところに、しっかりとフィーチャーした内容に仕上がっているんじゃないかなと思ってます。
今回の主人公は FBI 捜査官グレイス・アッシュクロフト。内向的で怖がり、バイオハザードとしては割と新しいタイプのキャラクターを作ろうとしています。プレイヤーと同じ目線で一緒になって怖がれる、こういうキャラクターを狙っています。物語の中でもちろん彼女も恐怖を克服し成長していくんですけども、 FBI 捜査官なので銃の扱いも慣れてますし、冷静な推理力とかも発揮しつつ活躍するキャラクターになってます。レオンを主人公にしようっていうのは実はずっとあったんですけども、どうしてもレオンを使ったバッチバチのホラーっていうのが割と難しくて、落ちてきたバケツにびっくりするとか、そういうレオンってそんなみんな見たくないやろっていうところで、じゃあホラーと食い合わせ悪いよなっていうのがやっぱりありましたけど。
ファーストトレーラーご覧になって分かるように、グレース自身がすごいいろんな目に遭うんですね。 PV で断片的には入ってるんですけれども、逆さずり一つとっても顔の赤らみ、高揚感であったりとか、うっ血してる表現、あとは髪の毛もかなり力を入れてまして、自分たちでスタッフと一緒にプロの方を呼んで実際にウィッグを使ってそこからシミュレーションして CG に落とし込んだりとかもしています。
バイオハザードレクイエムはですね、一人称視点と三人称視点2つの視点で自由に切り替えながら遊ぶことができます。主観視点だとその恐怖を間近に感じることができて、緊張感のある臨場感のあるゲームプレイっていうのが可能になります。三人称視点だとキャラクターの肩越しでの視点というところでアクション、そういったところがよく見えるゲームプレイになると思いますので、アクションが好きだなって思う方には三人称視点の方がおすすめです。
滅菌作戦以降30年近く経つんですけども、ゲームの舞台として登場します。
その当時アンブレラ事件っていうのでシリーズがヒットして、それ以降もさまざまなキャラクターたちが、いろんなラクーンシティって起きた事件をきっかけに立ち向かっていくようになったり、人間成長したり、そこに今回この表現のメスを入れるっていうのが作り手としてはやっぱりかなり緊張感を持って臨ませてもらったっていうのが大きかったですね。
ラクーン事件に関わった、もしくはラクーン事件に巻き込まれて大きく人生を変わってしまったり、命を落としてしまったりと、そういった登場人物がたくさん出ます。レクイエムは彼らに向けての言葉通り鎮魂であり、もっと言うとバイオハザードシリーズラクーン事件アンブレラをきっかけに 生まれたシリーズのある種一つの区切りという意味でレクイエムというタイトルをつけています。
バイオハザードレクイエムは2026年2月27日に発売予定です。2026年3月にバイオハザードシリーズ30周年を迎えます。30周年記念タイトルの名に恥じぬようなゲームとして本作リリースしたいなというふうに思っております。
There you go. All right, that got us through my break. We'll start trying to do that more often. Oh, we got another one coming in. It's a back and forth. Grubby just dropped a 10 bomb on the member battle. It's now 215 to 154. All right, now's your time, YouTube. Now's your time to answer back. We're a 20 bomb away from the next stretch. You guys have unlocked one full song. I got a bunch of new ones. You guys got samples from them earlier. We're trying to get to 1,000. I really want to make Madam play Death Stranding 2 tomorrow night. It'll be so hilarious. It'll be so hilarious. Let's rally. Let's rally, boys. Here, I'll reset the super chat goal as well. Every 5 super chats, I will add a member. There we go. Make it rain confetto. Thank you guys already for all the amazing support today and this week. We've really turned it around today. The upload last night did great. The stream today has done great. YouTube was acting a little funky, and we were really kind of getting a little discouraged, but everything seems to be sort of getting put right, and that's very encouraging. Here, I think we got another question. Nope, we don't. Here, let me reset the question queue. You guys can submit any kind of question now. We're a little bit just all sort of, conversations. If there's videos you guys want me to react to as well, we're considering doing that, as long as it's not, we don't want to get into like drama. We want it to be productive. The videos need to be at least 2 or 3 days old. I do not want to react to something that's brand new. Do they show more on Gamescom? I show more of what at Gamescom? Resident Evil? Or are you asking about a different game? My wife just came out of nowhere with empanadas and chocolate shake, neither of which were for me. Oh gosh, that's really mean. In an unexpected twist, I'm selling an iPhone Mini 3. Oh, you guys are talking about phones that you're on. Oh, Resident Evil? I don't know. I feel like Resident Evil typically, I feel like they've done stuff at Gamescom historically, have they not? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like they have. Oh, and I owe a Pac-Man on a bike. Are you here? I owe him a sample. I'm trying to think of what I could play. I'm looking for lyrics that I like. RE9 looks amazing. I'm just not interested in RE. I like that it looks like they did a bit of a return to the return to like that RE7 vibe. You know? You're here, you're ready? Okay, I owe you a sample. Yeah, we could play a sample of The Road. Yeah, this one's called The Road. This one gave me trouble for a while. Let me make sure it's not going to blare you guys out. There we go. This one's called The Road.
And we climb to the summit, the place above, and we shine on the summit.
right, that's it. Okay, let me go put my music back on. We got some questions coming in. There it is. I'm all paid up on the sound samples that you guys unlock with your viewer points on Purple. Question here from Perfect Image. How do you feel about VGT Gaming on X framing that because of the liquid metal cooling going to fire PlayStation in a few years? What do you mean fire PlayStation in a few years? I'm not really familiar with what you're saying. Like, I know that we got this. It was a Moore's Law is Dead video, and a guy said this is becoming a problem or whatever. I have continued to say I'm just very skeptical about those claims because we're 5 years into the gen. There have been somewhere between 80 and 90 million fry. Yeah, I think the claims have been like not substantiated. Like, you have a developer in a Discord and I think on Reddit and people saying, oh yeah, that happened to me. Oh yeah, that happened to me. Again, if this was a widespread issue, there would, with millions of them in circulation, they've sold so many PlayStation 5s. I don't think this is beyond normal fail rate or normal, defects in a device like this. I don't know. The guy that said it, I don't distrust what he was saying. I don't think it was a substantiated claim. It was like, oh, well, I had people in a Discord and on Reddit claiming that it was happening. And it's like, well, okay, that's a really small sample, and you don't know if they're even telling the truth. They could just be like, yeah, it happened to me, it happened to me. It's like, well, I don't know. I've seen this pattern in tech many times. People think an issue is a one-off until people realize how many have the one-off issue. Yeah, but Zubair, you said this the other day. The problem here is we are talking about a device that stops working. We're talking about a device that stops working. I don't think somebody would be like, yeah, that's just probably a one-off. I feel like there would be reports of that everywhere. People on Twitter, on Reddit, and YouTube would be like, yeah, all these people are having their PlayStation stop working. Yeah, Jamal, your question got through. Thoughts on Super Meat Boy 3D? I'm super excited for a hardcore 3D platformer. Do hard 3D platformers even exist? Like the challenge levels on Astrobot, but game-wide. Yeah, I don't know if there's a game that's sort of like that the whole time. But I did like what I saw. It looked like Astrobot meets Meat Boy, Super Meat Boy. I thought it looked amazing. It only stops working in specific situations, and people might blame the game if it's only one game that does it. We'd see massive social media comments. This has been a topic for 4 years now. Yeah, if it's really, really particular conditions that bring it about, I think it'd be really, really hard to not argue, to not get caught in, the correlation is not causation thing. Like, I don't know. There could be other factors that are at play. I don't know. I'm not concerned. I don't see evidence to be concerned. This feels very much non-starter. If we were 1 year into the gen, it would be a huge cause for concern. We're 5 years into the gen. It's come up, it's been in headlines, it's been in YouTube videos. If this was widespread, people would be reporting it. Nobody's like, oh, well, early in the gen, we heard about this as a problem. Setting them up vertical, liquid metal, ruining the device not working, device shutting off, blah, blah, blah. Okay. We're now 5 years in, and no one has come out and been like, yeah, it's a significant problem. It's very widespread. Because that would have been your flashpoint. That would have started the moment that everybody would have started chiming in and saying, oh, it's happening to me. We've made it a pretty far distance without that happening. So I don't think it's a widespread issue. I could be wrong. We'll see. I feel like in the coming months, it'll be substantiated if it is, in fact, a widespread issue. It stops working altogether. If the liquid metal leaked, then you'd have no cooling on the chip, and it would cause the PC to constantly shut down. It wouldn't work at all. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like that would be a very, very consistent complaint from people if this was a widespread issue. Like, I don't know. It's not a leak, it's pooling. Yeah, but doesn't it ruin the device when that happens? That was my understanding. I could be understanding it incorrectly. It would run, then die the cooler. Wouldn't it render the device essentially useless after a while, though? The instances I've seen proof of, it was all because someone failed to reapply liquid metal properly after undergoing some other repair. It means part of the chip isn't getting the cooling it needs. Oh, so it cools inefficiently. Yeah, but as it was just reported, I'm sorry, not reported, as it was just said in chat, wouldn't that mean the dadgum thing would be shutting off all the time then? I don't know. We don't know enough for me to say more than I've already said. I've said my part on it. I'm skeptical of the claims because we're too far into the gen. We're not in the early throes of the gen. It would be all over the place. It would be reported in more places. Hilly says PvE versus PvP is the biggest split in gaming. I see people argue most about this being added or always on or not as the true fault, the fault line in gaming. I mean, it could be exaggerated by the passion with which people debate it because of if you're a PvE guy or you're a PvP guy, you're going to argue very strongly for your side, right? Like, so I wonder if the passion makes it seem more magnified. I mean, there are reports coming out about PvE engagement is going up. And this is why I've continued to say the trend chasing that people are doing, and the PvP that people are, chasing, I think is a mistake. I think PvE has more chance, more life, more potential than the alternative. I think PvP is harder to enter. I think it's harder to maintain. I think it's harder to foster re-engagement. So why not both? In general, I think when you own your core competency, you end up with a better product. So the best PvP games that's all they are. Right? So the best PvP games, Fortnite, Apex, PUBG, Warzone, the games that garner the most support. They're just a PvP game. Yeah, Valorant, Counter-Strike, and I think the games that do the best in the alternative are just a PvE game. So Helldivers is amazing, right? It's just a PvE game, right? Now there are exceptions to this. Like Destiny had a really, really, long-standing run as a game that offers both. As a game that offers both. And that's great. That's great. But it's been pretty clear over the years that they really don't have what it takes in PvP, and their PvE is always what was the driving number for engagement. Yo, thank you, Spirits, for renewing. That's a VIP 682 on the week, 155 to 215. Twitch still beating YouTube in the contest on a Friday of all days. And we still have members are discounted by 35% over here on Twitch. How much longer is that running? Let me check. Does it show how much longer it's lasting? Where does it show that? Does it show it at the top of the chat? I don't know where it shows it. Oh, the discount's over. If you guys want to make another run, let me know. I'll do another discount because we ran it for 3 hours and we've been live for 3 hours. I could do another hour. I don't want to use up the hours needlessly. Anyone else playing Death Stranding 2? I'll be playing Death Stranding 2 in a while, and I'll be hanging out with Hilly. He'll be commentating with me. Should be a good time. Save it. To say we could make a mad dash. We need both platforms behind the mad dash if we're going to make a dash for the 1,000. You guys are going to let Madam off the hook this week. She doesn't have to play Death Stranding. Still do community game nights. We're going to do a community game night this evening. We're going to be playing Peak on Steam together. I'll be having a beer watching you play. If you fall over, I can't help it if I laugh. That's okay. That's okay, Hilly. I'm only like 3 to 4 hours in, so I'm not sure about this afternoon. I'm not very far. I'm 5 hours in, but some of that was stream time, so. Question submitted by Tenor Dude says, I know it's early, but I'm curious. What's your next game after Death Stranding 2? I don't know. There's something in July, isn't there? I really want to go back to First Berserker Kazan. I feel like there's something in July, though. Can we get a discount on the members total? Okay. Wu Chang's in July. Yeah, that's right. Wu Chang's in July. Okay, here's what we'll do. You guys have got to be all in on this. You got to team up and you got to work together. I will lower it to 900 and I'll do a discount for the folks on Twitch. We'll attack this from both sides. Yeah, Mafia, the old country's in August, isn't it? Oh, Wu Chang moved to August. Lost Soul Aside's in August. Yeah, that's right. Donkey Kong's in July. So I'll lower it, and then I'll do another hour of the discount for purple, and we'll see if that's enough. Street Shadow with a $10 super chat says, I saw the Xbox app can launch PlayStation games from Steam. Some loud Xbox fans are bragging, but it's hilarious and sad. The app isn't running the game. It's just a launcher for content that they don't control or own. Yeah, I think what's worse, Street Shadow, is it was being pushed by like press, like gaming journalists. Creature's gonna be mad if you lower in discount. No, I think it's fair. I think it's fair that if Twitch gets the discount, we can lower it to 900. Listen, we're scrambling on a Friday. All right, so let's just do it. Let me change it. All right, there we go. It's 900, and then I'll give you guys another discount over here for just 1 hour. If I'm honest about it, there we go. You guys got an hour of the discount on Twitch. Okay. I'm sure Destiny makes a brag on it. Oh, I mean, he did. I corrected him, Street Shadow. I mean, I'll show you guys the tweet. I mean, this isn't. We're not attacking. We're not doing drama farming. So, Destin says, PlayStation fans, PlayStation games will never run on an Xbox console. He says, yes, they will. I confirm they will. And now here's Tom Warren running a PlayStation game on the new Xbox handheld. Okay, so this is called a false equivalency or a misapplied antecedent, right? The Xbox handheld is not an Xbox console, right? He says, PlayStation fans, stop console warring, okay? Which is literally what this post is. So I said down here, the Asus ROG Ally X is not an Xbox console. It is officially classified as a Windows gaming handheld or a Windows 11 gaming device. This means you've confirmed nothing and your tweet is dishonest. Because it is. This is not an honest take. Like, this is, you have not proven that PlayStation games will run on an Xbox console. Okay? Now, that's all I did. That's just a factual refutation. Right? That's just a factual refutation of like, hey, that's not true. You're not showing PlayStation games running on a on an Xbox console. You're not doing that. He was showing the Xbox app on the current ROG. Unless I misunderstood. Well, yeah, it was an Xbox ROG Ally X. You can buy one of those right now. The X doesn't stand for Xbox. That's just what it's classified as. Like if you go like this, like Asus ROG Ally X white. Right? It was my understanding that it was the ROG Ally X. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get a good picture of it. So here we go. I thought it was this device here. It's a gaming handheld ROG Ally 7. Oh, that's not the X. Hang on. What the heck is going on? I thought it was the X. Or is the X black? I mean, this is the official site that I got my information from right here. The ROG Ally X, play all your games. And right down here, it says a true Windows 11 gaming device. Like, I don't... It's not a... I don't understand what they think they're claiming. Like, it's literally a handheld Windows 11 gaming device, and you're just opening up a Steam game on it. Hang on, I have some people to thank. We offer that discount, and people are already using it. Leviathaner gifted a sub, and then a gifted sub from Barrett's Chosen. Both sides are starting off with a single. We'll see if that's the spark to get the flame going, to get us to 900. Let's see it. 684. We'll see if you guys can rally. The point is, it wasn't even on the Xbox ROG. Open Steam on the gaming rig. He's using the beta. Right, he doesn't even have the Xbox handheld yet. He's just using an Asus ROG with a beta of the app. That's why I said you haven't proven anything. You're being dishonest. And then everybody, commenting was like, oh, but this is an Xbox now because Xbox said it's an Xbox. It's like, brother, like, come on. Come on. My daughter's 11 and she constantly claims that she's a teenager. You know what happens at the end of the day? She's still 11 years old. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, oh, this is an Xbox now because they said it's an Xbox. I'm like, that was never the discussion. The discussion was whether or not you were going to be able to play PlayStation games on an Xbox console. We don't yet have an instance of that. It is false to claim otherwise. Open Steam, and at the bottom, click Steam Big Picture. No, I know what that is. It's the same thing. Raphael McCoy is trying to help with the member train and gets us to 685. Many hands make light work, boys. And 157. YouTube is going to let Twitch win today. That's all Windows is doing. Right, like, and that's the thing about this that I find to be kind of silly, is like, instead of reporting on the functions of the application, you're baiting with falsehood. You are baiting the public with falsehood. So you're saying something that isn't true, or in some cases, like, it's technically true, but you're trying to give people a false impression. You're literally following the Microsoft marketing playbook. You're doing what Sarah Bond did. Sarah Bond says you can play games all across your Xbox library. That is a technically true statement intended to mislead the public. We're doing the exact same thing now. It's technically true that on a handheld gaming device, you can open up an Xbox application and open a Steam game that you already own that you've purchased through Steam. Like, that's technically true. You're doing that in order to give people a false impression. It's dishonest. I don't see the point. Again, I don't see the point of it. Like, why not just report on the functions of the device in a way that's accurate and honest and truthful? PlayStation doesn't have to do what Xbox is doing with day and date with the first party games. I mean, we were told they were going to, and they're not. The Steam games don't earn Xbox achievements either. It's literally an extra step. No one in their right mind is going to be like, well, I have all my games on Steam, but I'm going to open up the Xbox UI and I'm going to open up my PlayStation games in Steam through the Xbox UI because that's really achieving something. It's like you're adding an extra step. You're using another launcher to open a game that you own in another launcher. It couldn't be more asinine. It's like that doesn't mean anything. They should have said the Xbox full screen experience is just a setting in Windows. GOG did this effing years ago too. Right. It's just yeah, it's just another launcher to open games that you own in another launcher. Like it's just an exercise in buffoonery. The whole thing is stupid. It's so foolish. It is the definition of foolishness. We're dealing in a mirage. We're dealing in it's just this big facade. And again, if you think you're winning by buying a $900 handheld to play PlayStation games at inferior performance to how they run on the PlayStation, you go, girl. You go. You really won. You're out here winning. Good job. You can buy a digital PlayStation 5 for $450. You're going to spend twice that amount so that you can play Spider-Man on a handheld at lower fidelity and lower performance. You are certainly a winner. Good job. Whatever trophy it is that you need to be awarded, I hope it's big and shiny. It's just, I don't have the emotional energy. I just don't. The whole thing is it's absolute buffoonery. It's just foolishness. It's people standing around in a circle claiming that they're on the moon, and when people tell them that they're not on the moon, they're like, yeah, you're just seething and coping about how much fun we're having on the moon over here. And it's like, okay, I'm also a glass of orange juice. Please don't tip me over. Like, what the frick? A $10 super chat from Street Shadow says, what I see is Xbox turning more into Microsoft gaming. That's my problem with Xbox. They talk too much and now started to mislead to expand their brand. They will start saying anything Windows 11 is an Xbox. Yeah, I mean, and that's what Sarah Bond said. They want the biggest gaming platform to be Windows. I don't know about buying that thing to play PlayStation games. I already own a PlayStation. That's what I mean, El Duderino. If you currently are like, oh, I'm going to get one over on, the PlayStation fans that I've been debating with, on Twitter. I'm going to buy this thing and I'm going to play PlayStation games on an Xbox. Again, okay. You go, girl. You spend that $900 and play PlayStation games at inferior performance to the platform where they are intended to be played first, and then they come to PC later. Oh, okay. What's interesting is I thought that like PC was the master race. Didn't just last week all these people say they couldn't wait to play Death Stranding 2, the ultimate experience of it on their PC? So wouldn't that mean that this is the opposite of that? And so I don't know. There doesn't seem to be a consistent standard or consistent view. There doesn't seem to be any logic or rhyme or reason to it. Just last week, or not just last week, just earlier this week, we had to hear everyone run the same talking point about how they can't wait to play Death Stranding 2, the ultimate experience on PC. It said subscribers only mode was on and it wouldn't let me type for a few minutes. That's really weird, JC. if they want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform, then they really need to work on performance as SteamOS kicks its butt currently. Well, a lot of people Unwound. A lot of people think that's why they canceled their own handheld and said they're going to be focusing on their own software. So it's like the Ship of Theseus paradox. I'm sorry, Ship of Theseus. Right, like restructuring the entire brand in a completely different way. Is it still an Xbox if they completely change the operating system? It's basically a Windows machine. It's basically a PC with a more stripped down Windows experience. Is that an Xbox? Well, they can call it whatever they want, right? It's their brand. But if the function of the device is that you're loading games that you purchased in Steam, then to me, you're engaging with a PC. And that money that you spend on Ghost of Tsushima or Returnal or whatever, that goes to PlayStation and Steam and not to Xbox. That's why Colin Moriarty said what he said. He was being a little cheeky on Twitter about this. People talk about getting in your feels. People did not like what he said. He said, never ask a woman her age, never ask a man his salary, and never ask the incurious gamer how Microsoft will drive revenue by sending Xbox customers to Steam. That's great. That's a great tweet. That's a good tweet right there. Like, this is such a win for who exactly? I don't. Easy distinction is Steam on consoles. No, then it's a PC. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the goal is to have some type of hybrid where it'll be some type of a console shell where you're able to engage with your console games back compat. I think that is one of the big selling points that we've heard recently from the rumors, that it'll basically just out of the box be able to run all of your games back to the first Xbox. Like, that's a pretty significant win, I would say, especially for people who have been with, Xbox since the beginning. Like, you've got a pretty big library. You got an awful lot of games that you're going to be able to play just like right there out of the box. Like, I think that's a pretty good win. But the ability to the ability to grab Steam, the ability to do Steam games and stuff, like, I don't feel like that's this massive market shaker. Like, that's good for me because then I can plug this alleged box into my television and I can play, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I love that game, but I'm not going to come to my office to play the dadgum thing. Some nights I've only got 30 minutes, 45 minutes to play something. Maybe I'm not working through my backlog. Maybe I just want to grind out a little Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. That's a win for me to have Steam in my living room. Colin gets it. It's great to see him also start to build his relationship with PlayStation again. He's starting to get interviews with PlayStation folks. He interviewed Druckmann a few weeks ago. And Shuhei. I think Shuhei helped him when he did that one. What do you think it'll happen if the next PlayStation, Xbox consoles are able to run Steam? I don't think PlayStation has any interest in that. I don't think PlayStation has any interest in having Steam on their box. That would make no sense. It would run completely counter to their entire strategy and business. To be like, yeah, here's an entire other storefront that you can buy games on and we get no cut. And Steam would have no interest in giving PlayStation a cut. I don't see that. I don't see that ever coming to fruition. Okay, Hilly, when are you available? In like an hour and 10? Is that when we're going? Allowing third-party stores kills your device. We're seeing it firsthand. Okay, hour and 10. Okay, you guys have an hour and 10 to get 215 members That's roughly 100 members on each platform. Twitch, you currently have a discount. I'm running a 35% discount. YouTube, double check if you've got renewals. Let's do a little scramble here. I don't know if anybody can bat signal the big boys. I don't have any way of contacting them. That's probably good. We'll let it happen organically, but it's for the doubleheader. We lowered it. People asked for a sale on YouTube, and I said, well, I can't give you a sale, but I can lower the goal. So we lowered it from 1,000 to 900. I think that's fair. We had a slower week, but we're turning it around right now. Xbox is adding Steam out of a need to have something to add. PlayStation does not have the need. Without the store and the cuts from the store, the console can't exist at the price point that it does. Petrov says, and click the like button. Yeah, also click the like button over here on the YouTubers. Let me check on something too. We wanted to start not having the stream scheduled for as long. So today it was only scheduled for like 40 minutes before I went live. Just a bit of an experiment. We didn't do morning coffee this morning. And... yeah, I would say it helps. I would say it helps not having the stream scheduled as long. Now, obviously, topic might be driving it, so we've got to do more than just one day of analysis. But SteamOS is not viable for PvP or games with active DRM. JC says, always click the like button. That's right. Microsoft is not making money off of console store as evidenced by significant increases in hardware and their willingness, hardware prices I think you meant to say, and their willingness to allow third-party stores on their devices. What about the Netherlands class action lawsuit claiming that the PlayStation Store is a walled garden? If I'm understanding it correctly, wouldn't that open up the door of a Steam access point? No. No. If I was PlayStation, I would just pull out of that market. Like, if they win that lawsuit and they want PlayStation to do that, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Frick your market. That's what I would do. Every market does it. I don't know why they're singling out PlayStation. Like, everybody has games that you can only buy from their digital storefront. The argument is so silly, and it also doesn't seem like, does it not apply to... It doesn't apply to Steam. It doesn't apply to Nintendo. You can only buy some games, not all. There are some games you can only buy digitally. The lawsuit makes zero sense. It's like, I don't know why they're singling out PlayStation. You know? And if the government were to say that and to try to regulate that and be like, nope, you've got to open up your platform. You got to open up your platform to let other storefronts on it. I think PlayStation would say, fine, then we'll leave your market. Enjoy the loss of revenue. Like, now it would be problematic if the US or like the EU stepped in and said it, because those are big markets for PlayStation. So there would be a concern there. I don't think that's ever going to happen. It would be nonsensical to go to Nintendo or to go to like PlayStation and be like, you have to open up your storefront to let other storefronts be there. It's like, what? There's competition for Sony gift cards. That's your option to shop around other stores. I don't know. I don't understand. I've read up on it, and it doesn't make an ounce of sense why they're singling out PlayStation. It's not unique to them. This is something that's true of all of the platforms. Funny enough, we just showed Colin's tweet. He just tweeted this. He replied to his own tweet. He says, I've read the replies in quotes, lots of insults, but not a single cogent description of how Microsoft will harvest requisite revenue by diverting people from their storefronts to someone else's. Anyway, have a nice weekend. Oh, do you mean to tell me that people just basically accused you of being a fanboy and a console warrior and you're seething and molding about a handheld that's been in the market for over a year now, being able to open up Steam games still through a different launcher? Oh no, look how worried and scared everyone is about that. It's so market disruptive. Be still my beating heart. Anyway. The lawsuit argues that Sony has a monopoly because they don't allow their games to be sold on secondary digital stores. Yeah, I think that argument is stupid. They don't have to do that. You don't have to compel them to do that. Like, they can sell their property when and where they want because it's their property. I think that argument's stupid. Plenty of companies have their thing, and you can only buy that thing from them. That's not a new concept. Nintendo doesn't do that. So every single digital Nintendo game, so the digital versions of Zelda and Mario, all those games can be purchased in other digital storefronts. You can buy PlayStation gift cards from a number of retailers. Those retailers adjust prices of gift cards all the time. If the next Xbox is a hybrid, says Hilly, let's say that happens. The win for Xbox here is the long-standing Xbox Digital Library customers is that the huge catalog of games is now available to them. This is a huge win for anyone picking that up. For me, now that I've moved to PC, but people pointing to the odd Sony gaming as some epic W for Xbox is beyond stupid. Sony could block it, 100% agree. They will if they need to. Doubt it. In my opinion, Xbox's next hybrid is the off-road for the console people for PC or wherever. Xbox is not trying to go around to the houses to get Sony games on Xbox. If they were, they wouldn't be spending millions to publish everything everywhere. They are partners now. They want everyone buying an Asus or a smart TV or a PlayStation and buying Xbox games. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. CD Keys has Xbox and Steam games, but that's it. Do people understand what a monopoly is? Yeah, like, PlayStation owns the studio. PlayStation owns the property. PlayStation, therefore, owns the publishing and distribution rights of those games. That's not a monopoly for them to say, we're not going to have it available anywhere else digitally except for our storefront. That's not a monopoly. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's their property. Imagine this happening to you. Let's say your company develops a piece of software and you're selling it on your website, and someone comes and says, that's a monopoly. I should be able to buy your software from another company. I should be able to buy it from that storefront over there. What the frick are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, that's not it. Huh? The level of entitlement in the claim is bewildering. It's like, what? It's their stuff. They don't have a controlling interest of like, well, they bought up all these studios and now they've limited your choice as a consumer and you gotta come to them. Like, that's not what it is. Like, no, it's their property. They made it. They invest in it. They own it. They're bringing it to the market. I don't get what the issue is. All the Xbox games are on Steam, and you don't have to pay a sub fee to play online. Why would you buy games from Xbox Store if you have a choice? I'm not sure what you're getting at, Jack. Dragon Warrior says, why are exclusives anti-consumer when it applies to PlayStation? People seem to be very excited about going out of their way for Nintendo exclusives. Is this a disingenuous argument? I believe that it is a disingenuous argument because the argument against exclusives only just started. It's not born out of conviction. It's not born out of something that people believe. It's born out of the mouth of Phil Spencer. It's not a genuine conviction. Oh yeah, this is where the industry's going, except for the two biggest platforms, Nintendo and PlayStation. They're not going away from exclusivity. They're not. I saw somebody say yesterday that because you can open a PlayStation game that you own in Steam on a handheld gaming device, that you could do this months ago, but now you can do it through another launcher, that this is the end of exclusivity. Oh, okay. Listen, the best thing to do is just to continue to let time and truth win. We've been here before. This is not new. That's why I'm so nonplussed by it. I'm so like, okay, fine. Screenshot everything, save everything. Do it. Because in 5 years, we'll be having the same conversation that we had in the wake of all of the other terrible predictions that were made. Like, line them up. Just add them up. The Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. ABK is going to be good for the studios and good for the consumer. Right? Oh, they're not going to be putting the games on other systems. It's just 4 games. Line it all up. Line up everything they were talking about and saying, you know, all of the claims that ended up not becoming true, and just add this to the pile. Yeah, exclusivity is going away. This is the future. This device is the future. A device that's already in the market, that's barely cracked 6 million total when you add them all up, which half of that 6 million is the Steam Deck. Like, this is the future. This is it, boys. A $900 handheld that has a new operating system on it. It's the future, boys. Just write it all down. They're going to look just as inaccurate as they did the last 2 to 3 years with everything they said about what was going to happen this gen. Like, look at what's happened. We've gone from Series S is going to run circles around the PS5, all about exclusives. ZeniMax is all about exclusives. Exclusives, yeah, PlayStation's going to be in bad shape, to Xbox is abandoning exclusivity, publishing their games everywhere. They're letting others make hardware for them. They want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. And people are now championing playing Steam games on a handheld, but they're loading them through an Xbox app. If I would need to sit down if I was standing up. It's so dizzying. It's like, huh, what? But this is it, boys. This is it. This is the future. Wait. You just wait until the next thing comes out. Oh, okay, I will. I will wait with bated breath. I can't wait for everything to really turn and change. And it's, yeah, PlayStation's going to be in there and so scared. And this is the future. This is going to take over. A $900 handheld. All right. All right, okay. That's just my response now. That's just my response. Like, okay, fine. You've made your predictions. You've stated your case and your opinion. All right, let's just wait and see how it turns out then. All right. Like, I don't feel the need to debate it anymore. I don't feel the need to get passionate about it anymore. It's just like, okay, all right, we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Pimp Tassical with 38 months is still here, brother. Thank you so much, man. Watching you prove the haters wrong. Listen, boys, we are in the final countdown. You have 1 hour. All right? You got 1 hour. You have 1 hour left on the discount on Twitch. You have 1 hour on YouTube. I lowered it to 900. Oh, gosh, baby. Scared me.
What are you going to give me if they don't? What are you going to give me?
If they don't hit it, then you get Saturday night off. What are you guys doing? Oh, okay. $10 super chat from Street Shadow. Something PlayStation will be forced to allow other stores on PlayStation. That's unrealistic. If anything comes from the case, it'll likely just mean selling PSN keys on Amazon again. Minor, not a platform shakeup. Yeah, was anybody able to get the Target $50 Nintendo e-card for their Switch showing up late? Our Switch 2 was like 2 days late. Yeah, but it was going to be a week late and then ended up showing up like a day or two late. That's still late. I didn't have it on the launch date. You know what I'm saying? I should be compensated. If you're going to compensate people for it showing up late, mine showed up late. We couldn't get the $50 thing from Target. It said we didn't qualify. I did research on previous similar cases, and they either stall out or they get settled. Yeah, Hilly says 56 minutes. 56 minutes. And we are going to stream tonight, so don't forget, tonight is a members-only stream. It'll be a community game night. We'll be playing the game called Peak on Steam, so snag that one and get it installed. We will also be doing a stream tomorrow night with Madam. She has to play Death Stranding 2, which I think will be hilarious, but only if we hit the 900. That was the stretch goal for the week, a doubleheader. We don't stream on Saturday nights. Like, it's literally an entire extra stream. Yeah, you did. You agreed to it, Mama. She said, I did not agree to this.
Which game is that?
It's the one where you carry all the things on your back.
And if you step on a pebble, they all fall off.
Yep.
And they break.
She said if you step on a pebble, they all fall off and break.
Carrying your grandma's china.
Carrying your grandma's china. Brothers, you got to make this happen. You have to make Madam play this tomorrow night. I'm telling you, it'd be comedy gold.
That's rude to me.
She said, that's rude to me. Yeah, what's good, Hattigan? Handhelds are the Netflix and chill of gaming devices? I don't understand that reference. I mean, I understand Netflix and chill. I don't understand how our handhelds that. You'll be playing T-Lu 2 Remastered. Hey, man, enjoy it. $20 months from Warhawk Gaming. Listen, boys, the re-ups count. Upgrades count as well. You guys could really, really skyrocket this if a bunch of you upgrade. When you upgrade from a member light to a member plus, I count that as 2. I count that as 2. She will overload and break Sam in 3 minutes. I know. I can't lower it anymore. I'm not going to lower it anymore. I've got to be able to justify a Saturday night stream to her. I can't be like, oh, babe, I feel bad for them. No. We have to be able to justify a Saturday night stream. That was basically like our date night. But it would be fun. We would not be... She might be a little miserable, but I'll be having a good time. I said she might be miserable, but I'll have a great time. Playing the game, yeah. I'll have fun watching you play.
Play this texture game where some things are just texture and some things are actual rocks. Good luck. I'm not spilling your backpack.
You'll do fine, babe. Target checked your stream start times, and they were like, nah, bro. Hey! My wife refers to it as that weird baby game. Yep. It definitely is a weird game with a baby in it. I think that's an apt descriptor. You know what I mean? They met the goal, Mama. The goal is 100 members. It's a gamer thing. You wouldn't understand. Jiminy Christmas. No, I can't. That animated GIF is priceless. Lona owes Target 50 subs for being late. I don't owe them anything. Hilly renews a member plus and gets us to 688. Thank you so much, Hilly. No vehicles in early Death Stranding 2, no worries. Yeah. I mean it. Just watching her deal with the open and like that opening area and like getting to the first location, just that alone will be comedy gold. Come on. Somebody's got to put the Pathalon and the MASH bat signals in the sky so that we make her play. Okay. I'll schedule the Hilly stream in just a minute. Okay, here we go. All right, come on, boys. Come on. Stone Spire just did 2 singles, and Zubair says, add this one, too, and that's a VIP. There it is. Come on. We're 10 away. 10 away from 700. It's possible. I felt bad for YouTube. They got beat up today. YouTube's down bad. Hey. They're rallying here. They're rallying. It's 161 to 216. They could come back. JC is trying to summon the 50 bomb with the farty bomb emotes. That's the way to do it. Manifest it, JC. Manifest it. Those farty bomb emotes, they have magical powers. They do. They have magical powers. Gonna have her start over. Well, I thought that would be the best, so nobody would have to worry about spoilers. Like, I'm not gonna have her play with my character, but then again, I think the opening is perfect. It's perfect. It'll be hilarious. Odin Arrow with 25 months in a Member Plus and 33 months from Assumed Parasite. See? Come on. These are just renewals. We're not even manifesting the 50 bombs yet, and we're just getting renewals. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I believe. I believe in Harvey Dent. And I believe in making my wife play Death Stranding too. Hilly says, I have no memory of this place. And JC is going to help out. He says, come on. And Assumed Parasite renews also over on Purple. And that puts us as a 5 bomb away from 700. Come on, we can do this. I believe it. I believe it. The emote's funny on Twitch too. It's animated. It like bounces. Hilly is blue now. He's blue. Hilly says 48 minutes. Yep. We'll be playing some Death Stranding with my man Hilly. We're going to be hanging out and having a good time. Did you guys, we got any questions? Let's see here. We got 45 minutes to pass the time. Mario Kart World Community Game Night, says Incredible Black. We can definitely do that. We already did that once. 162. Thank you so much for renewing, my friend. We've already done that. We can always do it again. Tonight we'll be playing Peak. Let me show you guys Peak. I don't have it yet, but I think it's like $8 or something, isn't it? I wish I could increase the size of Steam. Is that somewhere in the settings? Like the font or the size of the zoom? Interface. I don't want to do the big button thing. I just want to be able to like hit Control Plus and like zoom it in. But this game here, this is what we'd be playing. Let's see here. A couple more coming in. Jason West, Lono, NorCal Garbage Man here. Just remember, you and your wife can't spell fun without FU. Enjoy Death Stranding 2 on Saturday. We got a ways to go before we get there. You guys are going to have to hustle. We're now at 698 because we got Brett Turbo coming in with a Member Plus as well. And that bumps it to 164 to 216. The competition between the platforms slightly narrowing. Can you play it with randos? I don't know. Can you play it with randos? Online co-op? Does it have matchmaking? 92%. Mash must be on vacation again? I guess. Mine zoomed in. It's in there somewhere. Okay. Make Steam UI zoom in. Steam settings interface scaling options. Steam settings interface. Scale text and icons to match monitor settings requires a restart. Huh? But I don't, that's not, it's already checked. That's not going to do anything for me. Look for scale text and icons to match monitor settings and adjust the slider to select a preset. It doesn't have matchmaking? Really? Okay. So if I uncheck that, let me restart Steam, then maybe it'll give me a slider. Okay, so Steam settings, interface. Yeah, I would imagine. I thought it was going to give me a slider. Control Plus doesn't do it. Small mode, big picture mode. Yeah, I don't want to do big picture mode. I just want to zoom in like I do on the website. You know what I'm saying? Like when you go to the Steam through your web browser, I just hit Control Plus and I just zoom it in so that it fills the screen. I don't know why that's not a function within the Steam application itself. Doesn't seem to be an option. I have to scale it to whatever Windows is doing, but I don't want to do that because then I have to go into Windows and tell it to zoom in. This guy's going into like coding to do it. It doesn't have matchmaking. The devs encourage players to use the Discord. So if you're trying to find people to play Peak with, use their Discord is what we're seeing in chat. Dragon Warrior says, how often do you run into PC problems while trying to have a gaming session? Chat can chime in. How consistent are crashes? On my old rig, I was having some crashes, but that was probably more because it was an older rig. So, you know, I've not gamed much on this one. It's a very new system. It's like a week old. I don't do a lot of gaming on it. I don't do a lot of gaming on the PC. I'm gaming in my living room. So I can't really speak to like how often it crashes. My old rig would just periodically have issues. The computer would just shut down. You mostly have to tinker the first time you boot up a game. The term is stash house. Drug warehouse. Location undisclosed. Zubair, somebody put that in the chat earlier. They said stash house. You must have missed it. I swear somebody put that in chat earlier. I swear. I saw it. All right, we got 42 minutes, and I'm going to be streaming with Hilly. Let's check the feeds here. Let's see if anything's going on. I did have some videos I was going to react to today, but I wasn't sure if it would kind of kill the vibe earlier. We were doing a lot of chatting, and we were doing a lot of just a lot of back and forth. We were doing some member trains. I didn't want to disrupt that by like having a video playing. Checking the news feeds here, see if anything's going on in gaming. I'm seeing clips. Huh? There's a sale on Witchfire right now. That's a great game to check out. It's 10% off if you like rogues, if you like shooters. Tamagotchi Plaza is celebrating its grand opening on the Switch, it looks like. Did you see the news about Michael Bay returning to Transformers? No, I have not seen that. I have not seen that. It's a Steam summer sale. Time to buy a bunch of games at 90%. And you'll never play them. That's the way of the PC Master Race. You know what I mean? Let's see. I can't remember which one I liked more. The betrayal that destroyed Bungie, or where did Bungie go? Updated Wolverine's PS5 image on Insomniac's website. It's still the same imagery. Hope Sony brings back some old IPs, long overdue. I just don't know if there's high demand for a lot of the older IPs, because I wonder if a lot of their, when they have such a swath of new customers, would the swath of new customers even know what those titles are? Like, does that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's always the issue with old games, is if the demand's not there, it's hard to justify bringing it out of retirement. Hilly says, to answer Dragon Warrior's question on PC, I have very few problems. Like, I even have to clean my fans every couple of weeks. I have to update drivers nearly every day. Sometimes I have to patch games, and then the patching takes way longer than the download. You have to compile shaders for nearly every new game now. I get audio issues with some games when using an overlay. I have to tinker with the settings and my preferences. Crashes are rare, but it depends on what hot trash I have downloaded. But just know that I'm better you console peasant. Infamous, we need it back. Every day. Hilly's being silly. He put a big kappa at the end. Sword of Justice has reached 40 million players across PC and mobile in China. It's about to launch worldwide. It's a NetEase MMO, right? I upgraded. Count me as 5 because I'm special. Hey, shut the frick up, C's. All right, I'm gonna count you as 2. Is it a real upgrade? That's 700. We did it. We did it. We hit the next milestone. I owe YouTube 5. I owe YouTube 5. Okay, so it's official. You guys need 200 more for the big stretch to make Madam and I do a stream tomorrow night. And she has to play Death Stranding 2. You guys are going to have to absolutely rally. You got 45 minutes. We've done more than that in the past. We've done more than that in the past. You're going to need to rally. We'll need some bat signals. Purple can contribute as well. So Twitch, you're not out of this. You're not out of this. If each platform takes a chunk out of it, we can get there. The grand trailer you showed earlier is NetEase. Yeah, but there's a big difference between that like a single player RPG, and what was the game called that I just spoke about? Sword of Justice. Official trailer, 4 weeks old, from IGN. Let's take a look at this. So were we watching? Is there like PvP, or do you like fight other players? So it's like it's an MMO, but like the PvP is expressed in like a 1v1 fight or something. Rematch needs to get patched up. We can do private matches though for a community game night. That would be really fun. So, all right, you guys are in the final runway. We have 30 minutes before I'm playing with Hilly. And you've got a little bit of time left on Twitch to get the discount. I can run those. I'm running one right now, 35% off. You guys cashed on that earlier. You guys did incredible. We are streaming this evening. You have unlocked 2 full songs, as well as we'll be playing Peak together on Steam. We've unlocked a bunch of stuff for tonight. So if you can be around on Friday nights, it makes it way more fun. So Friday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, for you guys that are all over the world, that's basically 6.5 hours from now. What game are you playing with Hilly? I'm just going to be working on Death Stranding 2, and Hilly's going to be hanging out with me commentating. We decided that might be a great way for me to make progress in whatever game that I'm currently playing. So, what is Peak? It's a game that kind of went viral all of the sudden on Steam, and it's a co-op climbing game. So this is the game here. I wish you could zoom in here like you can on the web browser. Let's see if this freaks out my capture card. It always did in the past. Nope. He's coaching me on Death Stranding 2 with no experience. It should go fine. Yeah, it should be totally fine. Yeah, this is gonna be a great time tonight. So you guys unlock this for tonight. And I said we would do a double header. I said we'll do a double header if we get 1,000. We'll do a Saturday night stream with Madam Shut to play Death Stranding. People asked for a discount because I was given a discount for to Twitch. And I said, all right, well, we'll lower it to 900. So that's as low as I can go, though. Peak looks fun. It does look fun. It does look fun. You can see this being entertaining as the drinks set in. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay. That's 2 a.m. Resident Sleeper. Yeah, I know that's 2 a.m. for UK. So I know the 8 p.m. Eastern slot is tough for a lot of you to be here. But if you can be here, it's a good time. It's a good time. You watch somebody, they were having a blast with Peak. Yeah, it's one of those games that's kind of going viral because it's like a really, really good streamer game. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like the perfect streamer game. Like, people love that. They love to watch people play and kind of rage at each other. Yeah. So, let me quickly schedule the stream with Hilly. I'm all paid up on members. I am all paid up on I'm all paid up on members as well as song samples. Let's see here. 2 with Hilly, and then we'll save this thumb as okay. So you guys that watch on Purple, you accrue like those points. I set a pretty high one for song samples, and people cash in on those today. I look away when the cutscenes hit. Well, I'll tell you what we could do this afternoon with Hilly is I could just do a bunch of side stuff. Hey, we've got an effort here. We've got an effort. GT5 King drops a 10 bomb over here on purple. He's like, let's start it up. Let's start the train. There is still a discount over here on purple if you gift. I'm doing a 35% discount. I can't tell how long there is left on it. So it's time to scramble, boys. There's a 10 bomb from GT5 King. He says, let's go. Both sides attacking this. You guys can have this done very, very quickly. So I'm going to go Death Stranding 2 with Hilly. Members only. There's only 1 minute left. Okay, I'll do one more. I'll do one more because I've got so many of them I can do. I've got so many of them to do. I'll throw one more hour on it for you guys. Because if you guys are going to scramble, it's not letting me do it. Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. When it's over, I'll do another one. Let's see here. Members. Okay. Automated off. Setting all the settings here so you guys don't get bombarded. And we'll set this for 2. Well, I'll set it for 2:15 so the Noti gets some folks. Thank you again, GT5 King, for doing that. Set to low latency. Okay. Here you go. Boom. All right, one more hour. One more hour of the discount on purple because you guys will still be able to try while I'm playing with Hilly. You'll still be able to try. So I'm making it as easy as I can on you guys. I've got a vet. I'm a little biased in the fight here. Like I wanna make Matt play. I wanna make Matt play Death Stranding 2. Hang on, let me set up redirect. There we go. All right, perfect. All right. You guys got 25 minutes. YouTube, this is your chance. Oh, I got to increase the member battle. It's 226 to 164. So this is your chance, YouTube, to answer back. Let me check the question queue. Question queue is cleared. If there's anything you guys want to ask about, discuss, or talk about, we can go really free range with topics now that we're in the final 25 minutes of the show. We do not have to stick close to topic now. That's totally fine. I'm getting so many of the like the bot group messages now. It's terrible on Twitter. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong chat over here. There we go. Yeah, guys, be sure to thank everybody who did gifted subs today. We're in the final waning hours, or I'm sorry, waning minutes of the stream. I'm glad that Gearbox ended up listening to our criticism on the Vault Hunter designs, especially with Rafa. We really went from everyone saying these guys look boring to the community being split on who to play. It feels like everyone's got equal interest. Yeah, I feel like the Vault Hunters in Borderlands 4 look really, really good. I'm not sure where you guys land on it. The interest, you guys, your interest in Borderlands 4 seems kind of tepid for now. I think that's going to change. Creature also think that's going to change. Like, people are going to be a little bit more excited about the game as time goes on. Their abilities, I think, also are making it kind of tough for folks to choose as well. So could a human choke a cow? Yeah, we debated this very shortly yesterday. You know, I don't know where this one's coming from, but I come down to no, I don't think so. I think it would need to be somebody of extraordinary strength. You'd also have to have not just long arms, but very strong arms. And the reason is if you look at this neck, there is a lot of musculature, very thick hide going on here. And so you'd have to get your arm around this enough to have the leverage to close, you know, windpipe arteries, whatever, in a great and significant enough a way for the thing to pass out. And also, you would hope that it doesn't start to panic if you have even the most slightest impact on its oxygen levels or blood flow. I would imagine that panic is going to settle in, and it's going to be very difficult for you to hold on. These are strong animals. These are you know, these are beasts of burden. Like they are absolutely not just going to like let you do it. So I don't think you could. I don't think the average person could choke out a cow. There's an update for Death Stranding 2 today. Did they say what it was for? Most people's arms ain't that long. That's what I mean. Like, I don't, even if you got your arm all the way around, I don't think you would lose all of your leverage because your arm would be fully extended. How many copies of Death Stranding 2 will sell? What's the lifetime? The lifetime's a lot higher than I thought it would be. Death Stranding 2, Death Stranding 1, lifetime sales. 20 million copies lifetime. Now that's across multiple platforms, multiple gens, director's cuts, blah, blah, blah. So I could see Death Stranding 2 in the first year, I don't know, 5 to 7 million? You know, in the first year? 5 to 7 million, maybe? There's a lot of people that are trying it out for the first time that didn't play the first one. So, yeah. It didn't have that many sales. Oh, it's 20 million players? Oh, because of Game Pass? So do we know what the sales are? Because this is saying it's sold 20 million copies. That's what AI is saying. I mean, by March of 2021, they had sold over 5 million copies of the first game. So I would imagine this time around, they could either do 5 million again, or again, 5 to 7 million, I would imagine, in the first year. I don't think that's that outlandish of a prediction. I mean, it sounds like a lot of people played it. It's got a pretty big fan base. Marketing for it's been strong. I think interest is higher this time around. I think more people are like, oh, I want to check that out. I missed the last one. There are people, you know, commenting on my one video about what I felt like was the biggest improvement. And they were saying that they were considering jumping in and skipping the first game. So that again, that I think that has the potential to turn things around, and for people to for the user base and the sales to be, you know, quite strong in that opening year, I mean. I brought it up to my buddy who also streams, telling his chat he could do it. It turned into people fighting cheetahs. Yeah, I always debated that with a friend of mine when I worked at AT&T. All right, you guys have 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes to bat signal or to all work together. If not, you'll be giving Madam tomorrow night off. Yeah, my friend was... He insisted that in a cage match against a cheetah, he could win. And I never agreed with him. I was like, dude, there's no freaking way. The minute that thing is in fight or flight mode, its speed and its strength and its muscles, its teeth, its claws, you're not going to be able to get close enough to get your hands on it. He again, cage match, no weapons, just his bare hands. They didn't say sales, so it could be selling badly. What do you mean they didn't say sales? I don't think they typically... Do they typically do that? Does PlayStation typically say, hey, the game has been in early access for 2 days, here's our sales? Like the game's been in early access for most of the week. Like the official launch date is yesterday, so it hasn't really even been like a full day yet. I don't know if they typically talk sales numbers at all, and I definitely don't know if they talk sales numbers in like the first 18 hours. It just released today, midnight release. Oh, so it's not even officially been released for a full 24 hours. Yeah, I don't know. Just bought the Crash Trilogy, Mafia, Arkham Knight, RoboCop, all for $18 thanks to the Steam Summer Sale. There you go. So between Liza P, Sekiro, Stellar Blade, and Kazan, which parrying system feels the best for you? I think Sekiro. I felt like Liza P's parrying system was tighter than Stellar Blade. I've not played Kazan enough to comment. So, but yeah, I feel like Sekiro's parrying system is pristine. Sekiro by far. Yeah, I feel like out of the bunch, I can't speak to Kazan. I would put Stellar Blade in third place, Liza P in second place, and Sekiro in first. I felt like Liza P, its windows were tighter and more responsive than Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade had some oddities sometimes that didn't feel like, I don't know. There were times where it felt like it ran perfectly well, and then there were other times it felt like, I think I blocked that. And I never really felt that in Liza P or Sekiro. I had my kids this weekend, and the boys hogging the PlayStation. I just want to keep on keeping on. I feel you. All right, we're in the final stretch, 15 minutes, and I'm going to be playing some Death Stranding 2 with Hilly. He'll be commentating. You know, you guys got a little bit of time. You think it's Kazan. You think Kazan's parry system is better. Really? Huh. That's interesting. I've not played it enough to comment, with any substance. I played Kazan demo. I played Kazan beta. I liked it. It's in the backlog. Do you think Sony will get WB? I don't know. The rumor didn't seem to be that reliable. I don't know. I feel like PlayStation's less interested in purchasing a studio like that, and like more interested in like licensing deals or IP deals. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be wanting to buy WB. The rumor didn't seem to be that reliable. Kazan has multiple versions of parrying. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to play it more to comment. I think Sekiro is king. Melee-based games, like where melee-based game where you're playing with a sword, there's parrying, there's dodging, there's blocking. I think Sekiro is the king. Are you looking forward to Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders is not really my jam because I'm not really a PvP guy. I like the PvE systems in Arc Raiders, and I've got a video on the channel where I argued I think they should add a PvE mode. You should limit the pool of items in the PvE mode so it serves as an on-ramp into the main game where PvP is active. But we had a couple of bad runs, and I would have liked to have been able to go into a PvE environment, gear back up, kit back up, kind of get my currency and ammunition back up before venturing into PvP. So I think you should have like the better items and the better stuff in PvP, which would obviously pose a problem to people coming in from PvE, like you'd be going up against people with better gear. But if you get like completely kitted and completely decked out with all the best gear in PvE, it would pose a pretty serious problem if you could like go over and have sort of a disproportionate amount of strength that like it takes somebody longer to earn in a PvP environment because of the constant threat of other players. So yeah, I would say that Arc Raiders is going to be very popular. I think people liked it. I think it looked better, ran better, felt better as an extraction shooter than like Marathon. I think the major dilemma again facing those games is there's just a lot of people that are going to say, oh, it's PvP, I don't want to play. You know? Even Tarkov has added a PvE mode. Like, there were people that very quickly jumped on my video and they were like super defense force for Arc Raiders, and they were like, this is stupid, you're weak, you suck, you know, get good. And I'm like, oh wow, that'll help your player base numbers. And I was like, okay, so the king of extraction is considered Tarkov, and they added a PvE mode. I think that's like a mic drop checkmate at the same time. It's like, what are we even talking about? If they did it, there's certainly room to do it. So, all right, guys, it is literally the final countdown. Final 10 minutes. I don't think we've ever done that many members. It would be a record for the channel if we did 190 members in 10 minutes. It is possible, but you guys would need some of the monsters to come out of the shadows, and I don't think they've been here today. So it looks like we will not be doing a stream on Saturday night with Madam. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. We are doing a stream tonight. We are going to celebrate. We're going to have a good time. I was trying to do a double header since her sister-in-law is in town until tomorrow, and I was going to give you guys the opportunity to still have a Madam stream, but a Saturday night stream is one that I would have to really justify to her. So you have 10 minutes, and then I'm going to be hanging out with Haley playing some Death Stranding. Let me read some of the comments on the Marathon video. JC says, agreed 100%. I can't wait for PlayStation to finally take over. It's about Marathon. Bungie's always been about the gameplay loop. The people that made that special have all gone. It really feels that way. It really feels that way, that like they don't really know anymore what they're doing. Marathon needed more time. Needed more game. LOL. It needed more game. You said yourself, generosity is not the enemy of engagement. It's the promoter of it. Be generous. I am being generous. Listen, when I give Twitch that discount, that takes from me. So when you guys did all those members earlier, that actually comes out of my, that comes from me. That's not something that that's not Twitch being benevolent. So I discounted all the members that we did today on Twitch were discounted, which that does take from what they would have done without the discount. And then I lowered it. I lowered it to 900. It was that we were saying 1,000 for the double header, and I lowered it. I can't go any lower than that. You know what I mean? If you guys scrambled to 800, I'd think about it, but I don't even think that's going to happen. That's 90 members in 8 minutes. They never should have made this game Marathon. They wasted all their resources. Could have been utilized better for Destiny 2. Can't believe this is what they built in 5 to 6 years. I don't think that makes Sony look stupid. Sony's going to take over. You're right again. Thank you, Dave. this point, Bungie should scrap Marathon. Agreed. Nobody wanted this. Even if it's not Concord in terms of scope of failure. Oh, yeah, it's not the same, but it is. It's going to fall. It's going to fall really flat. Yeah, apathy's the true danger for a game, and there just seems to be a lot of apathy towards Marathon, you know? Seems to be an awful lot of apathy towards Marathon. This Bungie is my Bungie. If he dies, he dies. Oh, I don't think Bungie's going to die. I think PlayStation's going to take over and restructure. You know? House temp holding. It is holding. It's 91 degrees out, and it's holding at like 72. I'm still having to assist the hallway with an AC unit. If we turn it off, I don't think it'll be able to do it. I think it's some of that's just the way the house is built. There just is not good moving air to that center hallway, and it's hard for any AC unit to cool a house when it's 90 something degrees out. But it is significantly helping. Yeah, it's significantly helping. So, yo, my man Donnie bumps the line. He gives a glimmer of hope. You guys have 5 minutes to hit the big stretch goal for the week. It's not for the stream tonight. The stream for tonight's already secured. It's for a double header. You can make my wife play Death Stranding 2 tomorrow. Donnie says, enjoying Twitch more than YouTube because I can minimize the window on here. Appreciate you, Donnie. When it gets pretty hot, I keep the house at 74, 76. It can maintain like 73, 74. The only way it can maintain 72, that hallway, is never going to drop to 72 without help. It's right in the center of the house. There's no moving air. There's no vents in the hallway. If there was a vent in the hallway, it would make a big difference. You know, Alex says that's the reason I'm over here. Yeah, a lot of people watch over there for that reason. Yeah. Okay, I tell you what. If you guys go crazy while I'm gone, so be it. But we got 5 minutes. I need to get the PlayStation in the room, and I need to take a quick break before we do this stream with Hilly. So this is your 5 minute warning. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, and smash the like button, YouTube. Let's try to get to 500 likes. You guys have crushed it today. I wasn't even looking at that. Okay. All right. Now, I forget how we did this last time. Did I screen share so that Hilly could see everything going on? I can't remember how we did this. Let's see. Can you screen share and stream on the PS5? Let me look here in Discord. I forget what we did because we want him to be able to react in real time to like what I'm doing. Hang on, let me I gotta unmute. Oh yeah, unmuted. Okay, it is. Let me get him to speak on the stage. Oh yeah, right here. Share your screen.
Hello. Hello.
You-
Definitely.
Oh. Hello.
Look, hello. Is YouTube stopped?
What? No, I don't think so.
My YouTube stopped. Maybe.
Okay, wait, I have an idea. I might be able to do full screen projector onto the Elgato, and then I should be able to share that with you. I don't think that's going to mess with the bitrate too bad, because I'm running fiber, so we should be fine. Okay. So, Hilly, your stream is still running. We pause the preview to save your resources. Great. Okay, so can you see?
Yeah, if I stream it, what stream? It's just your face.
Yeah. Hang on.
I'm not watching that for 2 hours. That's what I do in the day.
It's just your face. All right.
It looks like it's working.
So we would do this.
Oh, I see PlayStation. Yeah, I see.
Okay, perfect. So you'll be able to see real time what I'm doing, so you can react to what I'm doing. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to pay attention.
Well, yeah. I don't know if this would be that fun if you weren't. You just pop in every once in a while. What are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm on a delay of like 20 minutes. Don't go that way.
You better pick up that package, Turkish. Like, what?
What? What's he doing? If you've gone to the other stream in YouTube, I haven't used YouTube for so long, I've forgotten how to do it.
Here, I'm going to do... I've not given them a link or done redirect.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I'm on that one.
I'm also needing to change... I'll change the thumb in a second.
There's one comment in YouTube already. It says, yo, wait, how is this going to work? Loner just plays it and he's going to roast him or something? No. Just abusing you for 2 hours.
You suck, mate. Look at you. No wonder you play on easy. You suck.
Yeah, you suck. Play on hard.
Okay.
Scrub.
Death Stranding's updated. There we go.
Just talk about what you did. I can see the chat though, because I thought that'd be good.
Yeah. Okay, let me get the audio up.
Rematch is updated, chat. Updated. See, that works. That's a test. That was a good test.
Yep.
Just test it.
Okay. So
I like his logo.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
It's really good.
Watch how fast the game opens.
It's not open yet, chat. It's not open yet. It's the Sony lies.
Okay, so YouTube, you have the link of where we're headed?
That must have quick resume.
Yeah. Don't say that. I'll end up in a bunch of videos. Don't say that.
I'm gonna say they go mad.
They'll be like, this idiot thinks it's a...
It did load pretty quick. You've got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, my kids call them pizza boxes.
They do look like pizza boxes.
Okay, I'm going to turn my monitor up, and then we're going to start the new stream. Twitch, you guys will be the only ones that can help hit the goal, because you're the only ones that can outgift, so it's all on you, Twitch. All right, here we go. Hey, thanks so much. If you're watching this later, this is a Friday segment we're going to do every now and again where instead of playing a game with Hilly, he comes sort of as a ride-along so I can work on a game that's either from the backlog or, in this case, brand new this week. So if you are interested in Death Stranding 2, this is going to be our gameplay of it. It officially released today. We maybe should have done this as a public stream now that I'm thinking about it, but this is a treat for the members, and I'm going to end the previous stream and bring folks over with Redirect. And, yeah, maybe we should have done this public, Hilly. What do you think?